Chapter 2074. In the Void Escape, Chunzong steered it and increased its speed continuously. Its speed was extremely shocking. The escapee was a top-tier void flying ship. At full speed, it was far faster than a Dao Manipulation Realm cultivator. In comparison, the full speed of a low-tier void flying ship was enough to surpass the full speed of most Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators. After all, the void flying ship was developed to fly in the void and save time. Before, Chunzong had been limited by the strength of his soul and the void flaming crystal. If he drove the escapee, he could at most unleash the full speed of a mid-tier void flying ship, and the void travel would only be at the level of one void year. But now, he had broken through and was in the Ascension realm. His essence had been greatly improved, and he could withstand more power. With the escapee, Chunzong could fully unleash the flying speed of a high-tier void flying ship and use the void travel of 10 void years. If he overloaded it, he could use the speed of a top-tier void flying ship and unleash the true speed of the escapee. As for the void travel of 100 void years, it was very difficult, and he still had to withstand great danger. But unfortunately, Chunzong only had two types of void flaming crystal. One was mid-tier, and the other was top-tier. Chunzong did not use the top-tier void flaming crystal this time. It was too valuable. After all, he planned to use the void travel of one void year to quickly rush to the cold mist star. Fortunately, he had prepared some mid-tier void flaming crystals before. Now that I have stepped into the Ascension realm, it is time to find a chance to return to the Tianyuan sacred region. In the escapee, Chunzong thought to himself as he steered the ship. Thinking of this, Chunzong began to search the star map of the escapee to see if he could find the existence of the Lingwu sacred world. I appeared in the Yuan galaxy. Logically speaking, the Void Serpent should not have taken me too far. In other words, the Lingwu sacred world is likely to be in the Yuan galaxy. There's a Void Temple in the Tianyuan sacred region of the Lingwu sacred world, but I don't know if it is related to the Void Temple. If it is, maybe I can go through the Void Temple. However, Chunzong was a little worried. Although he was somewhat sure that the Void Temple in the Tianyuan sacred realm was related to the cosmic sector-level Void Temple, he still had some concerns. It was normal for Chunzong to have concerns. After all, the Lingwu Holy World did not appear on the star map. The star map of the top-grade Void Flyboat was not simple and was quite comprehensive. Since it didn't appear, there were only two explanations. One, the Lingwu sacred world was very mysterious. Only a supra-grade void vessel could record it. This meant that the Lingwu sacred world was even more mysterious. The other explanation was that the Lingwu sacred world was controlled by the Void Temple. It was controlled by the Void Temple and did not make it public. It was equivalent to being a private world of the Lingwu sacred world. This explanation was possible, but why was it that when he was in the Tianyuan sacred region, other than the Void Temple in each realm that was used for transportation, there were no other traces? He couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't understand it. In the Void, there were many stars and relatively few worlds. In terms of value, a world was more valuable than a star. Living creatures lived on the surface of a star, but a world was the opposite. Living creatures lived on the inside and formed a realm of their own. Therefore, it had more potential. Compared to a star of the same level, a normal world's laws of heaven and earth would be more complete. The value of an undiscovered world was astonishing. If the Lingwu sacred world was not owned by the Void Temple, then once it was exposed, it would inevitably lead to a fight between various forces. It was not a good thing for the Lingwu sacred world. It was very likely that people would be plunged into misery and suffering. In this case, I have to find a time to go back to the Yuan galaxy and explore it. If it really doesn't work, then I'll go to the Void Temple, Chunzong thought to himself. He sat down and made this decision after careful consideration. As for now, of course, he would first go after Master Han Yi of the Cold Knight sect. He had forced him to become his disciple and even wanted to steal the escapee. Damn it. After that, he would first go to the Heavenly Palace of Will and then return to the Yuan galaxy to find the Lingwu sacred world. The cold mist star and the cold night star were only one word apart, but they were one grade apart. They were both mid-level stars. After Master Han Yi left the cold night star, his first stop was the cold mist star. Of course, because he did not have a void-flying ship, he had to travel on his own, which took him a lot of time. Fortunately, he was a third revolution Dao controlling realm master and was quite good at speed. In addition, he traveled day and night without stopping, so he arrived in just 10 days. With my strength, I'll definitely be able to join a force in a galaxy. At the very least, I'll be able to become an elder. After landing on the cold mist star, Master Han Yi thought to himself. He had already thought of this when he was hurrying on. Originally, he was the ancestor of the Cold Knight sect. How comfortable it was. Of course, he did not plan to join other forces. Of course, he would gain some, but also lose some. But now he was afraid. If that genius came to find him, he would be killed if he had no one to rely on. But if he joined a powerful force, it would be different. He remembered that there was a branch of a galactic family on the cold mist star. Through this branch, he could enter the main family and become an elder. If it was a galactic realm force, it would be very difficult for him to enter with his ability. When Chunzong arrived at the cold mist star on the evanescent ship, he naturally had to go through a verification. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter. Of course, if he tried to force his way in, the consequences would be very serious. He would be attacked by the formation. Chunzong showed his Ascension Realm cultivation base, and his identity was that of a rogue cultivator. For a moment, it caused a great commotion. This news quickly spread to the branch of the Han family, a galactic realm force. A rogue cultivator at the Ascension Realm? In the Han family branch, the Ascension Realm Master in charge received the news and immediately paid attention. Invite him here. Remember, make it grand, the Ascension Realm Master said immediately. The Han family was a low-tier galactic state force that ruled this galaxy. They had a few spirit ascension experts, but not many. If there were some rogue cultivators or spirit ascension experts from small forces, the Han family would be willing to recruit them to increase the family's power. Of course, there was a price to pay, but compared to the benefits, the price was acceptable. After all, there was no gain without effort. Especially rogue cultivators, they were even rarer. Right after that, the Ascension Realm Master of the Han family received another report. What? The ancestor of the Cold Knight sect of the Cold Knight star has come to visit? Yeah, please come in. The Ascension Realm Master of the Han family couldn't help but frown, pondering. What was going on? He had already known that the ancestor of the Cold Knight sect, Master Han Yi, had entered the Cold Mist Star. However, it wasn't strange for such a famous Ascension Realm Master to come here. Thus, he didn't pay attention to him. As long as he didn't cause any damage on the Cold Mist Star, it was fine. But now, 2 Ascension Realm Masters had entered the Cold Mist Star, and Master Han Yi had come to visit. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was something going to happen? Or some treasure had appeared on the Cold Mist Star? However, he hadn't received any news yet. Thus, he asked Master Han Yi to come in and talk. Perhaps he could find out the reason. Soon, Master Han Yi came in. Please don't blame me for my sudden visit, Master Han Wu. Master Han Yi clasped his hands in greeting. Master Han Wu's strength is much higher than his. You're a guest. Please take a seat. Master Han Wu gestured with his hand. He didn't exchange any pleasantries. After all, they weren't familiar with each other, and it was the first time they met. But I don't know why Master Han Yi has come here. Master Han Wu, I've been cultivating until now, but I'm only at the 3rd transformation of the Dao manipulation realm. I don't know when I can break through to the 4th transformation. After thinking about it, I've decided to join a powerful force and become an elder. I'll contribute some strength and get some benefits. Perhaps I'll have a chance to break through to the 4th transformation of the Dao manipulation realm. After thinking about it, I think this Han family is the most suitable. Master Han Yi concealed part of his reason, but he also revealed part of it. Hearing this, Master Han Wu immediately narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything. He vaguely remembered that the Han family had once invited Master Han Yi, but the other party had refused at that time. Of course, that was then, and this was now. The other party's reason was indeed considered. Master Han Yi, I don't have this right. I can only report this matter to the main family and let them decide. Master Han Wu pondered for a moment before answering. That's how it should be. Master Han, you seem to be easy to talk to. When will you leave for the main family? You want to go too? Master Han Wu was surprised. Master, you don't need to be surprised. I've admired the Han family for a long time. I used to think too highly of myself, so I refused the invitation. But now that I understand, I want to join the Han family as soon as possible and work for it. Master Han Yi spoke very smoothly. In that case, I'll make some arrangements first. We should be able to leave in 10 days. Master Han Wu didn't think too much. No matter what the other party was thinking, when they reached the main family, it would naturally be exposed. At that time, the main family would decide what to do. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Master Han Yi immediately showed a smile. He expected that it wouldn't be easy for that person to break through to the spirit realm. Even if he did, it wouldn't be easy for him to find him, so he could be at ease. At the same time, Chunzong also received an invitation. The Han family, the force in charge of this galaxy. A thought flashed through Chunzong's mind. He immediately decided to go to the Han family's branch. After all, if he wanted to find Master Han Yi, he would have to spend a lot of time searching the cold mist star by himself. However, if he could get the Han family's help, he might be able to find him in a short time, which would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. Of course, Chunzong also understood that he couldn't let the Han family help him for no reason. He would have to pay some price. Chunzong could accept the price that was within his range. Chapter 2075. When Master Han Wu saw Chunzong, he was startled and surprised. So young, too young. This was what Master Han Wu thought. Indeed, Chunzong didn't look old. At least, compared to him, he was much younger. How could such a young, imminent realm cultivator be an independent cultivator? Master Han Wu's first reaction was disbelief. He didn't believe that the other party was an independent cultivator. If the other party was really an independent cultivator, it could only mean one thing. The other party had a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break through to the imminent realm at such a young age. Although some people in the void looked very young, they were actually old monsters. However, Master Han Wu thought he had good eyesight. He could more or less tell whether the person in front of him was really young or not. Greetings, Master Han Wu. Chunzong bowed to Master Han Wu. Those in the Tao manipulation realm could only be called Master. As for the title of Immortal, only those who had surpassed the Tao manipulation realm were qualified. Of course, not everyone in the Tao manipulation realm had the title of Master. For example, Chunzong didn't. How should I address you? Master Han Wu asked while returning the bow. My name is Chunzong. Chunzong reported his name. I came this time because I need the Han family's help. I will pay the corresponding price. Paying the corresponding price was equivalent to a deal. There was no need to owe a favor. Chunzong's straightforwardness surprised Master Han Wu, but he quickly reacted. What help do you need? Ancestor Han Yi of the Cold Night sect should have arrived on planet Han Wu. I need the Han family's intelligence to find out where Master Han Wu is, Chunzong said unhurriedly. Ancestor Han Yi. Upon hearing these words, Master Han Wu's expression froze. It seems that Master Han Yi already knows of Ancestor Han Yi's arrival. Perhaps you also know where he is at this moment. Please tell me. Chunzong instantly caught the change in Master Han Wu's expression. With his extraordinary keen perception, Chunzong immediately deduced that Master Han Wu knew where Ancestor Han Yi was. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he was born with knowledge. It was as if he would be able to glean some information just by looking at the change in the other party's expression. Furthermore, Chunzong was also able to tell that the other party's cultivation level was at the fourth transition of the Tao manipulation realm. Furthermore, he was confident that he would be able to defeat his opponent if he gave it his all. However, it was a little different from when he saw Master Liu Luo. When Chunzong saw Master Liu Luo, who had just entered the second stage, he felt that he could defeat him with a single strike. However, when it came to the fourth-stage Master Han Wu, Chunzong could only tell that he could defeat him. He couldn't be more specific about how many strikes he would need to make. In comparison, it was much more vague. Chunzong could not help but guess that perhaps there was a limit to the perception ability that came from the heart sword principle. The limit should be directly related to the difference in cultivation between him and his target. As for whether it was true or not, it still needed to be verified, but should be close to the mark. I wonder what enmity you have with Master Han Yi. Master Han Wu asked instead of answering directly. After all, Master Han Yi had said that he would serve the Han clan. A third transition, doubt manipulation realm expert, was not low to the Han clan. Life and death. Chunzong's two words were very indifferent, but it caused Master Han Wu's expression to change drastically. It involved life and death, and was no small matter. Since you already know the whereabouts of Ancestor Han Yi, please tell me. This is good for both you and me. Chunzong's tone was neither slow nor fast, neither high nor low, but it caused Master Han Wu's pupils to shrink to the size of needles, and he was somewhat angry. This young man was clearly threatening him. He was an elder of the Han clan, a fourth transition, doubt manipulation realm expert. How could he be threatened by the other party? Sorry, I don't know. I won't see you out. Although Master Han Wu did not lose his rationality in his anger, he still made a rather bad decision. Taking a deep look at Master Han Wu, Chunzong did not speak anymore, but turned and left. Although he said he left, he did not actually leave, because the other party's attitude made Chunzong certain that Master Han Wu must have known about Ancestor Han Ye's arrival, and even had contact with him. Then, this Ancestor Han Wu was somewhat likely to be here. After pretending to be far away from the Han clan and out of the Han clan surveillance, Chunzong concealed all of his aura and took a roundabout way to avoid all of the Han clan surveillance. Although the cold mist star was under the control of the Han family, which had eyes and ears everywhere, a spirit realm expert wasn't an ordinary spirit realm expert. When they wanted to hide themselves, it would be hard for them to perform. Even if they could find them, it would take a long time. In the Han clan's branch, Master Han Yi, your words can't be trusted. Master Han Wu stared at Ancestor Han Yi with a cold and solemn expression. There was some anger in his eyes. Why do you say that, Master? Ancestor Han, you did not know that Chunzong had come. Master Han Wu briefly explained the matter, and Ancestor Han Ye's expression changed greatly, and his whole body trembled. How could it be? How could it be? He broke through to the divine realm so quickly. It was unbelievable. Moreover, he had quickly chased him here, and was very accurate. Master, I'm sure that this boy has just broken through, and his cultivation is only at the first turn of the Tao manipulation realm. Ancestor Han Yi quickly calmed down, rolled his eyes, and immediately said, Moreover, this boy should be a rogue cultivator, but to be able to break through to the divine realm so quickly, he must have had a great adventure. What are you trying to say? Master Han Wu asked knowingly. Master, you're at the fourth turn of the Tao manipulation realm, and I'm at the third turn. If we join forces, we'll be safe. At that time, we might be able to have a taste of a great opportunity. Ancestor Han Ye's words were full of temptation, and immediately, Master Han Wu's heart wavered. Indeed, if the two of them joined forces to deal with the first turn of the Tao manipulation realm, no matter how outstanding the other party was, they could take him down. At the level of the Tao manipulation realm, the difference between the first turn was very obvious and more than twice. Even if the other party was considered a genius in the Tao manipulation realm and might be able to fight across levels, he was estimated to be at the second turn of the Tao manipulation realm at most. At most, he would be able to resist a third turn of the Tao manipulation realm, and that would be very shocking. If the two of them joined forces and made some preparations, it would be a sure thing. For a moment, Master Han Wu was very tempted. Since that's the case, let's make a good plan, said Master Han Wu. Ancestor Han Yi smiled. If that was the case, he should be able to solve this problem. He would have no more worries. No need to plan. I'm right here. Chunzong's voice rang out, and at the same time, his figure appeared in the hall. Ancestor Han Yi and Master Han Wu were both shocked. They never thought that the other party would be hiding here. What did you get here? Master Han Wu's face darkened as he questioned sternly. Just in time to hear your plan. Zong smiled slightly. After his cultivation had broken through to the divine ascension realm, Zong had lost the caution he had in the past, as if he had released his natural instinct, and was even more compatible with the mysteries of the Heart Sword Tao. Come, let me see how a third turn of the Tao manipulation realm and a fourth turn of the Tao manipulation realm can suppress me when they join forces. Zong smiled, and there was a hint of wildness in his sharp eyes. Third turn of the Tao manipulation realm. Fourth turn of the Tao manipulation realm. So what? He didn't feel much pressure at all. However, he could also use it to test his sword and test his current level of strength. Ever since he had broken through to the Tao manipulation realm, he had not really fought. A mere ancestor Han Yi was probably not enough to fight him. With the addition of fourth turn of the Tao manipulation realm, Master Han Wu, perhaps he could have some fun. With a clench of his right hand, sword light gushed out, and the extreme heart formless sword immediately condensed, and an astonishing sword pressure spread out, landing on Ancestor Han Yi and Master Han Wu. Suppression. The shocking pressure instantly caused the two's expressions to change. Without any hesitation, Ancestor Han Yi and Master Han Wu immediately attacked. They opened their arms, and immediately, a dark night appeared behind them, quickly spreading out as if covering the sky and the sun. Around Master Han Wu's body, layers of cold mist were also surging and swirling violently. Immediately, Ancestor Han Yi struck out with his palm, which turned into a dark night palm print, striking down from the sky. As for Master Han Wu's finger, it seemed as if it was undulating in the water. The force of his finger condensed an extremely cold fog and instantly shot out through the air. This was a great divine ability. As a veteran Tao manipulation realm expert, they would more or less master a great divine ability, or at least one of them. The two of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used great divine abilities with shocking power. However, Zong did not have the slightest fear, and instead revealed a hint of a smile. He waved his sword and slashed. This was the Sword of Heart Refinement. This sword was created by Zong himself. Based on the Heart Sutra, the Heart Sword was compatible with the Heart Sword Tao. As Zong's cultivation base rose, the power of this sword rose rapidly as well. From the level of a small mystic art, it transformed into a major mystic art. At the same time, the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword, a natal divine weapon, also rose to the level of the illuminating realm, and its power increased greatly and was even more compatible with Zong's own power. This sword was extremely powerful. This sword first slashed the Dark Night palm print, and then collided with Master Han Wu's finger force, and both sides dissipated. Ancestor Frosty Knight and Master Han Wu were greatly shocked. How is this possible? A mere first revolution, Tao manipulation realm expert could actually fight against the two of them together. Was this really an itinerant cultivator? Even the true disciples of some powerful star sector level forces could not do this. Master Han Wu could not help but feel a little regretful, but it was impossible to stop halfway. He could only fight and suppress the other party. Full combat power. An extremely shocking and terrifying aura exploded, and Tao power surged. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky gathered, and endless power of heaven and earth was drawn. Night fell, covering all directions, and cold fog rolled and spread, covering the sky and earth. What's going on? Is there a battle? For a moment, many people were alarmed. Fortunately, Master Han Wu lived in an independent place, far away from the rest of the Han family branch. Otherwise, the explosion just now would have affected many people and killed them. Chapter 2076. Sorry, I was too busy today. I didn't realize until Lu Sa reminded me. I haven't updated the second chapter yet. Above the cold mist star, streaks of sword light surged as if they were wreaking havoc in all directions, tearing and shattering the dark night and cold mist. Numerous black palm prints condensed out of thin air and struck down from the sky. They were like black, five-fingered mountains, yet they also seemed to be able to shatter mountains and collapse the earth. Their power was shocking to the extreme, and it was as if they had robbed everyone of their vision and hearing. As the layers of cold fog fluctuated, they condensed into many long black spears that were hidden under the night sky. Their auras seemed to have merged into one with the night sky, bursting forth with extremely astonishing prowess. It was as if they could penetrate through everything. When they hit their targets, they would release a large amount of chilling intent that would freeze them up. In the sky, the power of heaven and earth surged. Guided by the power of Tao, it burst out with astonishing power, as if a natural disaster had descended. Once an imminent deity realm cultivator made a move, it would definitely shake the world. If it was on a star or within a world, the damage it would cause would be shocking. Many people on the ground looked terrified as they trembled all over. They were afraid that they would be affected by that terrifying power and turn into ashes at any moment. Master Han Wu's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that they, a third revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator and a fourth revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator, would be unable to take down a first revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator in a short time. If you have the guts, go fight in the void. Master Han Wu's voice entered Chunzong's ears. Immediately, his entire body seemed to transform into a cold mist spear, shooting straight into the sky. Master Han Ye's figure also moves, and he immediately rushes up into the sky, heading straight for the void. Chunzong smiled slightly. He didn't make a move, but his figure flashed in an instant, transforming into a sword light that directly broke through the sky and chased after him. The reason why Master Han Wu wanted to fight in the void was that he was afraid of causing too much damage to the cold mist star and causing too many casualties. Even if he could win in the end, it was still a responsibility. After all, the cold mist star was under his management. Tao manipulation realm cultivators were extremely fast. Not long after, 3 figures rushed out of the cold mist star and into the void. What was drawn here was the aura of the void. It was a kind of powerful aura that only the spirit realm warriors could control. Therefore, the spirit realm warriors could burst out the maximum fighting capacity in the void, which was better than in the stars. Fight! Chunzong's fighting spirit was boiling, and his blood was boiling. 2 opponents with higher cultivation than him in the Tao manipulation realm. Of course, he had to go all out. Both of them had been in the path manipulation realm for many years. Since their cultivation progressed slowly, they naturally sought other means to increase their strength. Their methods were very experienced. It would be difficult to deal with him if he used a great divine ability in conjunction with a few lesser divine abilities. But the difficulty was relative. Let me try out my new sword move. Chunzong smiled. Immediately, the sword light in his hand shone brightly. The moment he swung his sword, the sword light instantly split into small dots and shot out like a storm. Great divine ability sword technique. First level of the rainstorm sword technique. Rain across the sky. Chunzong had found this sword technique from the memories of the Eastern Court Swordmaster. He had comprehended it and cultivated it for a while. It was very easy for him to cultivate it to the first level. In terms of classification, it belonged to the Eastern Court Sword Mountain stream. However, the normal rainstorm sword technique condensed sword aura into raindrops. Chunzong was a little different. He used the characteristics of the extreme heart formless sword to condense sword light into raindrops. In terms of power at the same level, Chunzong's rain across the sky was more powerful. As a sword was swung, the rain across the sky attacked. Chunzong did not stop and immediately performed the second sword move. This sword move was different from the rain across the sky. It was a golden light that pierced through the void and blasted out. It was the great divine ability sword technique of the Dongting Sword Mountain Gold Stream. The third sword move roared with sword light. The fourth sword move spread out like a raging fire in the void. The fifth sword move turned into wild thunder and bombarded the void as if it could shatter everything. These were all the great divine ability sword techniques and sword moves of the Dongting Sword Mountain Stream. With the memories of the Dongting Swordmaster, Chunzong easily grasped the first level in a short time. The expressions of Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu changed greatly. They did not expect this person to be able to perform so many great divine ability sword techniques. They were incomparably jealous. It should be known that even Master Han Wu had only mastered 2 great divine abilities. He could not help but be jealous. This person's opportunity was too amazing. In a row, Chunzong performed 10 different great divine ability sword techniques. They were the great divine ability sword techniques of the Dongting Sword Mountain stream. Of course, Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu did not recognize them. After all, the Dongting Sword Mountain was not located in the Central Void. The 10 different great divine ability sword techniques were just Chunzong's trial moves. Although their power was impressive, they were not enough to kill the 2. They were only suppressed for a while by the continuous flow of sword moves. Although the heart refinement sword technique had been raised to the great divine ability level, there was still a limit. Chunzong's purpose in practicing other sword techniques was to enrich his sword Dao foundation. The memories of the Dongting sword master were of great help to him. Try this move of mine again. A smear of scarlet appeared in Chunzong's eyes. When he looked over, Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu immediately shuddered for no reason. It was as if a shocking chill had emerged from the depths of their hearts. Chunzong brandished his sword and attacked. The sword light turned crimson in an instant, as if dyed with blood. Great divine ability, sword technique of the Dongting Sword Mountain Stream of Massacre Dao Academy. Blood flow of 1,000 li. It was only one move, only one sword move, but its killing intent was extremely shocking. When the sword struck out, blood flowed like a river, surging and spreading through the void. It was as if countless corpses were floating on the surface, as if they devoured thousands of living beings. Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu only felt their bodies go cold to the extreme, extremely horrified. Chunzong had poured all of his strength into this attack. As for the secret art, to tell the truth, he hadn't cultivated it yet. That secret art could no longer keep up with Chunzong's strength. Blood flowed for 1,000 miles. When the sword struck out, it shook Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu's hearts and minds. It was the ultimate killing intent. Chunzong's killing intent was shocking. All of it converged into the sword, and the power it erupted with was incomparably terrifying. Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu were drowned in an instant. The next move will send you on your way. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Chunzong's eyes flashed with cold light as he brandished his sword again. Great divine ability, sword technique of the Destruction Dao Academy. Destruction of the Ages. Kill. The swordsmanship of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain was indeed very powerful. Chunzong also had the memories and experience of the Eastern Court Swordmaster. In addition to his own extraordinary perception and the amazing power of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword, the power he could unleash was even more powerful than the original version. Kill. Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu screamed in agony. Stop. I'm an elder of the Han family. If you kill me, the Han family won't let the matter rest. Master Han Wu hurriedly shouted in terror. He was afraid from the bottom of his heart. Although he sometimes felt that it was difficult to improve his cultivation and that he couldn't see any hope, it was always better to be alive. He could still enjoy life. On Master Han Wu, he was the ruler of the cold mist planet. He ruled over countless people and enjoyed countless resources. Therefore, he didn't want to die. However, Chunzong didn't seem to hear him. Since they'd conspired with Master Han Yi to deal with him, they were enemies. If he had the power, he would naturally eliminate them. Everything else was just empty talk. With killing intent in his heart, Chunzong naturally wouldn't hold back, nor would he give the 2 any chance. Kill. Kill directly. The Han family won't let you go. Master Han Wu seemed to be cursing Chunzong before he died. As for Master Han Yi, he was a little weaker and didn't have any last words because he died directly. The Han family then come. Chunzong didn't think much of it. The Han family was the ruler of this galaxy. A low-level galaxy state force might be very strong, but now, if he wanted to escape, he could do it. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong took away the storage rings of the two Dao manipulation realm cultivators. He quickly took out the evanescent and immediately set off. Because of the lack of high-level void flaming crystals, the evanescent speed could only reach the level of a mid-level void flying ship, but it was still very fast. Moreover, Chunzong could use void travel. On the evanescent, Chunzong checked the storage rings of the two Dao manipulation realm cultivators. The void coins inside added up to about 500,000, most of which were Master Hanwu's. A Dao manipulation realm cultivator's wealth was a little too little. However, the other things were also valuable. Chunzong estimated that they added up to more than 1,000,000 void coins. Void coins were never too much. On one hand, they could be used to buy things useful to oneself. On the other hand, they could be used to assist in cultivation. I need to buy some high-level void flaming crystals and replenish some mid-level void flaming crystals. Chunzong thought to himself and immediately opened the star map. He couldn't go to the stars anymore because he killed Master Hanwu. He believed that the Han family would soon find out. Once he entered a star that could sell high-level void flaming crystals, it would be at least a mid-level star. If the formation was activated, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Then, the best choice was the city of Suppressing World. There wouldn't be any formations outside the city of Suppressing World. Relatively speaking, it was easier to get in and out. So where was the closest city of Suppressing World? Chunzong searched on the star map and soon found it. Void travel. Using void travel, Chunzong soon arrived at a city of Suppressing World. It was the first city of Suppressing World in this galaxy. After entering the city, he quickly sold the wealth of Master Han Yi and Master Han Wu. It didn't matter even if he lost some of it. He only wanted to exchange it for void coins as soon as possible. Next, Chunzong bought the void flaming crystals. Mid-level void flaming crystals cost 1,000 void coins each. High-level void flaming crystals cost 10,000 void coins. Chunzong's wealth added up to about 1,100,000 void coins. He kept 100,000 as backup and used all of his 1,000,000 to buy the void flaming crystals. Chunzong was speechless to find that it wasn't enough. His wealth was far from enough. He couldn't replenish mid-level void flaming crystals. He could only buy high-level void flaming crystals, and there were only 100 of them. 100 high-level void flaming crystals were only enough for 10-year void travel. Fortunately, he had bought 300 mid-level void flaming crystals before. Now, he had used less than 100 of them. He had 200 left, which could last for a while. Chapter 2077. The Cold Light Star was the main star of the Han family. It was surrounded by a great formation, and the cold air was terrifying. He dared to kill the elders of the Han family. This is unforgivable. The master of the Han family was furious. Master, this monster has left the First World Suppression City and is flying out of the galaxy. We must take action as soon as possible, said an elder. Although the Han family was a galactic force, they didn't have many spirit realm warriors in their family. There were less than 10 of them. Some of them had been sent to guard other important planets. About half of them stayed in the main family. The Grand Elder has gone to intercept him. As soon as the Master finished, he calmed down. The Grand Elder is going to take action himself? The Elder was surprised and then happy. The void was vast and boundless. In the distance, countless stars were shining and twinkling. The void in this area was extremely calm, like the surface of a lake. Suddenly, a ripple appeared. In a flash, it turned into a ripple and quickly spread out. Then, it turned into a raging wave, surging and surging in all directions. A spaceship emerged from the center of the ripple, as if it was passing through the water surface. The evanescent spaceship. It was the evanescent spaceship that had just finished another year of traveling through the void. It had arrived at the edge of this galaxy. Next, it would rush out of this galaxy and enter the void between galaxies. After reaching another galaxy, it would continue to move forward until it reached the Heavenly Palace. No doubt it was a long road. However, it couldn't stop Chunzong from making up his mind. In the void zone, because of the special environment, they couldn't use the void travel. They could only rely on speed to fly. Thus, the high-level and super-level void flaming crystals were very important. This time, it would be the last time they would use the void travel in this galaxy. Chunzong suddenly realized that there was a figure standing in front of him. That figure was standing in the void. It was an elder in a black robe. He was motionless, with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. However, as soon as he saw him through the evanescent spaceship, Chunzong felt a strong sense of danger. He was no match for him. He wasn't a match for Lin Fan at all. That godlike feeling told him that the person before him was extremely strong, far stronger than him. He wasn't a match for him at all. Once they fought, he estimated that he wouldn't have much power to resist and would be defeated in an instant. The memories and experiences of the Sword Master of Dongting allowed Chunzong to judge that the black-robed elder was at least at the pinnacle of the Path Defense realm, or even beyond it. You have the guts to kill my Han clan's elder, but you don't have the guts to stand in front of this old man. The old man's closed eyes suddenly opened. In just an instant, divine light seemed to bloom from his eyes, piercing through the void. In an instant, it seemed to pass through the escape ship and directly forced its way into Chunzong's spirit sea. Chunzong only felt his spirit sea tremble, and his soul seemed to tremble as well. An indescribable panic emerged from the depths of his soul and spread out. But in an instant, Chunzong recovered. That feeling was just an illusion. It was not real. Of course, if he couldn't resist it, it would become real. After all, the other party was really an elite that surpassed the Path Defense realm. He was at an even higher level, the Yuan Underworld realm. The gap between the Path Defense realm and the Yuan Underworld realm was extremely obvious. Even though Chunzong could challenge those above his level, Chunzong estimated that he could only fight against a standard 5th Revolution Dao Defense realm. As for a 6th Revolution Dao Defense realm, it was hard to say if he had yet to encounter one. However, the gap between him and the Yuan Underworld realm was absolute. He had never imagined that he would have to face a Yuan Underworld realm expert after just breaking through to the Path Defense realm. However, Chunzong had actually been mentally prepared when he had killed the Han clan's elder. A Nebula-grade faction didn't just have some Path Defense realm experts, but at least one Yuan Underworld realm expert. However, Chunzong still didn't hold back, because he had something to rely on. The escape ship was his barrier to the Yuan Underworld realm. Without hesitation, Chunzong stuffed the high-grade flaming void crystal into the furnace and activated the escape ship's main cannon to lock onto the other party. The void cannon, fired using the energy of the high-grade flaming void crystal, was very powerful. Once it hit, it would be enough to blast a Yuan Underworld realm expert to death. However, the prerequisite was that the other party wasn't a fixed target that could be attacked freely. Therefore, the void cannon fire was usually used to attack extremely large targets or targets that were difficult to dodge. However, Chunzong wanted to use it to break through the obstruction of a Yuan Underworld realm elite. With a loud boom, a silver radiance tore through the void like a sharp sword and shot directly at the Han clan's Grand Elder. The Han clan's Grand Elder's expression changed immediately. He only felt that the silver radiance was enough to blast him to pieces in an instant. Furthermore, its speed was extremely fast. However, a Yuan Underworld powerhouse had condensed a primordial spirit and was more sensitive to everything. Thus, the moment the cannon fired, he quickly executed his movement technique and dodged, leaving behind a lifelike figure that was blasted to smithereens. The aftermath, which had almost brushed past him, immediately shocked the Han clan's Grand Elder. It's at least a high-grade flying ship. The Han clan's Grand Elder was shocked. Although he had previously known that the other party had purchased a high-grade flaming void crystal, he hadn't dared to make such a direct guess. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was astonished. The value of a high-grade void flying ship was astonishing. Even the entire Han clan didn't possess one. Even he, the Han clan's Grand Elder, only possessed a mid-grade void flying ship. In an instant, the Han clan's Grand Elder's mind was completely active. A high-grade void flying ship. Furthermore, according to the information he had, This person was just an itinerant elite who had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Although there weren't many itinerant elite cultivators, they still existed, and there was nothing suspicious about it, even though this fortuitous encounter was somewhat unimaginable. After using the cannon to blast away the other party's obstruction, Chunzong used the high-grade flaming void crystal to speed up the escape ship and activated the high-grade defensive barrier to rush forward. The flying speed of a mid-grade void flying ship was comparable to a Yuan Underworld Realm Elite, or even slightly faster. As for the flying speed of a high-grade void flying ship, it was needless to say. If Chunzong was willing to use a top-grade flaming void crystal, then its speed would be even more astonishing. However, the value of a top-grade flaming void crystal was astonishing, and its quantity was very limited. Most importantly, it was difficult to purchase. The highest grade flaming void crystal that Chunzong had purchased in the Suppressing World City was only a high-grade one, and the quantity was very limited. If he wanted to purchase a top-grade flaming void crystal, he would at least have to go to a high-grade trading star to have any hope. A high-grade trading star would definitely have one. Considering all these factors, Chunzong could only save up for now. It was charging forward recklessly. Given the strength and speed of the escape ship, as well as the high-grade defensive barrier, even a Yuan Underworld Realm Elite would have their bones broken if they were hit head-on. The Han clan's Grand Elder didn't dare take it head-on and could only avoid it. In an instant, the flying ship, which had been slowly increasing in speed, swept past him and kept moving forward at an astonishing speed. "Stop right there." The Han family Grand Elder was furious. He immediately took out the mid-grade void flying ship and pushed its speed to the maximum as he chased after the escape ship. In fact, he even began to fire the void cannon. The cannon blasted out and directly hit the fleeing void. However, the power of the mid-grade void flying ship's cannons was limited. When they bombarded the escape ship, they were blocked by the defensive barrier and were not damaged at all. In the end, they could only watch as the escape ship quickly flew away and rushed out of the range of the star system into the void. "Han family, remember that I will be back soon." Chunzong's voice also traveled through the void and reached the Han family Grand Elder's ears. He wasn't flustered, exasperated, or furious. He was just calm. It was as if he was talking about a very simple matter, as light as clouds and light as the wind. However, this calm tone made the Han family Grand Elder burn with rage. He wished he could destroy everything. At the same time, he didn't know why, but deep in his heart, there seemed to be a trace of fear. It was as if the Han family had provoked a strong enemy that they shouldn't have. However, now that things had come to this, he could only accept it. Furthermore, he was a Yuan Underworld. There was a huge gap between the Tao-controlling realm and the Yuan Underworld realm. Even if the other party was talented and had a fortuitous encounter, it would still be very difficult for him to break through to the Yuan Underworld realm. The escape ship rushed out of the star system ruled by the Han family and rushed into the void. The void was dark and gloomy. There was no wind, no light, and nothing. There wasn't even any void Yuan Qi there. There seemed to be no memory of how the void had appeared in Sword Master Dong Ting's memories. In short, this was the gap between galaxies and between star fields. In most cases, the void wasn't dangerous. However, because it was impossible to travel through the void, it would take a long time to cross it. Sometimes, some unpredictable dangers would appear in the void, which was very terrifying. Chunzong let the escape ship fly at the speed of a high-grade void flying ship while he cultivated quietly. The lesser evasion technique, lesser ethereal transformation technique, and lesser concealment technique could be fused into the heaven mystic ability, the greater void escape technique, which was very mysterious. The lesser space-fixing eye, lesser void-prying eye, and lesser void-piercing eye could also be fused into the heaven mystic ability, the greater refined void god eye. Its power was equally shocking. If he could master these two heaven mystic abilities, his overall strength would definitely increase significantly. He hoped that after crossing the void, he would be able to master the 6 heaven mystic abilities. At the very least, he had to master 3 of them before fusing them into a heaven mystic ability. After the Han family's Grand Elder returned, he immediately asked the family head to spread a message. The message was that Chunzong had a fortuitous encounter and had at least a high-grade void-flying ship. When the news spread, it quickly spread to the surrounding star systems, and more people knew about it. No matter what, they had to get rid of the other party to prevent future trouble. It was this decisiveness and caution that had allowed the Han family to stand tall for so many years without falling. Although it was a pity that they couldn't obtain the high-grade void-flying ship or the other party's fortuitous encounter, it was best to put the other party in the teeth of the storm. Chunzong, who was still flying in the void, didn't know that the news about him had already spread to the surrounding star systems. Many experts were also on the move, preparing to capture him and obtain his so-called fortuitous encounter. Chapter 2078. The nothingness belts between galaxies were usually not very vast. However, to some extent, the existence of the nothingness belt was equivalent to a mark of separation between galaxies, a kind of buffer zone. After all, regardless of the size of a galaxy, there was a central point, an extremely huge star or something like that. Therefore, galaxies all had an inward force. If the distance between galaxies was too close, the two forces would conflict and then collide, causing the stars of the galaxy to collide and collapse, resulting in an astonishing void disaster. Therefore, the existence of the nothingness belt was very necessary. With the speed of the high-grade void-flying ship, Chunzong crossed the nothingness belt in just a few days and entered the next galaxy, the Shadow Hunter Galaxy. Galaxies also had differences in size. The Shadow Hunter Galaxy was slightly larger than the galaxy ruled by the Han family. It was the main galaxy of the mid-grade star system level force, the Shadow Hunter sect. As soon as he entered the Shadow Hunter Galaxy, Chunzong immediately opened the star map to search for trade stars and so on, especially the high-grade ones. Chunzong planned to sell some things to earn void coins, and then buy more void flaming crystals to reserve power for the void-flying ship. Chunzong did not know that the Han family had already spread information about him to the surrounding galaxies. Naturally, the Shadow Hunter Galaxy also knew about it. Therefore, a group of mighty prowess cultivators had already taken action to search for Chunzong's whereabouts. Not to mention other things, just a high-grade void-flying ship's value was very shocking. The escapee continued to fly, heading toward the suppressing world city that he had found on the star map. Because the trading star was too far away, he would first go to the suppressing world city to sell some things and buy some void flaming crystals as backup before making other plans. Perhaps I should change the way I address you, Chunzong Fu muttered to himself on the escapee as if he had a sudden inspiration. Although Chunzong did not know that the Han family had leaked information about him, causing many mighty prowess cultivators to act like sharks that smelled blood, Chunzong realized that he might encounter great danger later. Even with the void-flying ship, Chunzong did not have much confidence. After all, he could not stay on the void-flying ship forever unless he had enough void-flaming crystals. But obviously, he didn't. Therefore, it was necessary to leave the void. Leaving the void would mean losing the protection of the void. Although the strength of a first rotation Dao manipulation realm could withstand many void disasters, it was still not enough to dominate the void. Even Yuan underworld powerhouses couldn't traverse the void. Only sovereigns were truly qualified to roam the void. Of course, there weren't many sovereigns in the entire void. Regardless, he was still only at the path manipulation realm. While he had strength, he had yet to reach the level where he could run amok. The Dao manipulation realm could only be said to be the level where one was truly qualified to step into the void. That's the void ship in the image, right? It really did come. When the Han family spread the news, they also spread the images of Chunzong and the escape ship. This made it easier for others to find Chunzong. Now, before the escapee had even reached its destination, World Suppression City, it had already been targeted. In an instant, these people began to take action. Chunzong immediately felt like he was being watched. It was a strange feeling. Am I being watched again? Inside the escape ship, Chunzong frowned slightly. The idea of temporarily hiding his identity had just arisen, but he had been targeted before he could carry it out. His plan couldn't keep up with the changes. It seemed like he couldn't go to World Suppression City. Otherwise, he might fall into a tight encirclement. At that time, it would be more than 10 times more difficult to escape. The Han family. A cold light flashed in Chunzong's eyes. If Chunzong hadn't felt surprised or annoyed that he was being hunted down by the Han family because he had killed an elder of the Han family, now Chunzong was furious with the Han family. In the future, he had to make a trip there and make the Han family pay the price they deserved. This was because other than the Han family's information, it was impossible for him to be targeted. After all, he wasn't familiar with the place and didn't have any connections. That godly feeling told Chunzong that he was being targeted, and it was definitely related to the Han family. In fact, it was closely related. Finding trouble with the Han family was a matter for later. As for now, it was better to escape as soon as possible. A mysterious sense of crisis was growing stronger. This meant that there was more than one person targeting him. Among them, there might be experts that he couldn't resist. This was really. Chunzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had just broken through to the Dao manipulation realm and thought that he was in high spirits. He didn't expect that he would be hunted down again just because he killed a rank 3 and rank 4 Dao manipulation realm expert. Speaking of which, he seemed to be used to it. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had faced countless pursuits. As for himself, he had escaped from the pursuits time and time again. Moreover, he had forged an extraordinary ability and tempered an extremely tenacious will. Then this time, it should be the same. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. If others saw this, they might think that he was crazy. Facing the covetous and pursuit of many experts, he could still show such an expression. He was really abnormal. Boom! Boom! In an instant, void cannons bombarded from all directions. However, some of them didn't hit the escapee because it was very fast. Some of them hit the escapee by coincidence, but were blocked by the protective shield of the escapee without any damage. A high-grade void flying ship is indeed a high-grade void flying ship. For a moment, these people revealed greedy expressions. These people were all Dao manipulation realm experts from various forces in the Shadowhunter galaxy. There were also experts from the Shadowhunter sect among them. A high-grade void flying ship. Even I don't have one. The strongest expert of the Shadowhunter sect, a Yuan underworld expert even stronger than the Han family supreme elder, flew through the void at an astonishing speed and kept chasing. The Shadowhunter sect's ability could transform into a shadow and shuttle through the surface of the void at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, the speed of a high-grade void flying ship was still not something that a Yuan underworld expert could compare to. Therefore, the pursuit and interception were all shaken off by the escapee and couldn't catch up at all. Inside the escapee, Chunzong was deep in thought. Perhaps it was time to use the transcendent grade void flaming crystal. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. In that case, he could only activate the 10-year void travel. As for the 100-year void travel, Chunzong could barely bear the burden of the instantaneous load given the current strength of his spirit. However, he would probably fall into a coma, which wasn't good. For now, the 10-year void travel should be enough. Ripples spread out, and the escapee quickly disappeared into the depths of the void under the pursuit of everyone. The pursuers couldn't catch up and could only be furious. Not long after, the escapee appeared in the distance, but it was still within the Shadowhunter galaxy. The Shadowhunter galaxy was much larger than the Han family's galaxy. In order to avoid trouble, Chunzong could only reluctantly consume another 10 high-grade void flaming crystals and activate the 10-year void travel again. Just like that, he rushed out of the Shadowhunter galaxy and entered the void belt between galaxies. After the Shadowhunter galaxy was the Flying Shadow Galaxy, which was also a galaxy ruled by the Shadowhunter sect. Therefore, he could only reluctantly consume high-grade void flaming crystals. 1 galaxy. 2 galaxies, 3 galaxies, 4 galaxies. When he entered the 5th galaxy, there weren't many high-grade void flaming crystals left, and there were more mid-grade void flaming crystals left. However, If he continued to activate the void travel, he wouldn't be able to last for long. Moreover, Chunzong also found out that the escapee had obviously been targeted. He didn't know if it was still the same in the fifth galaxy. For safety's sake, Chunzong put away the escapee before he rushed out of the void belt. He stared at the twinkling starlight in front of him. That was the next galaxy, and also the sixth galaxy he had to reach and pass through. For safety's sake, Chunzong also took out a silver mask and put it on. At least, it would cover his appearance and make it harder for him to be found. Although it couldn't compare to the escapee, it was still much faster than an ordinary first rotation down manipulation realm cultivator. Then, let me try the mystery of the great escapee technique, Chunzong said to himself. His figure seemed to sway in an instant, as if he was in a trance. Then, his originally fast speed increased by more than 10 times. However, Chunzong also found that his strength was constantly being consumed much faster than usual. As expected, for a Dao manipulation realm cultivator, especially one at the first rotation Dao manipulation realm, the consumption of heavenly mystique was still very shocking. Great mystique was just right for a Dao manipulation realm cultivator. As for heavenly mystique, it should be used as an explosive method. Not long after, Chunzong entered the galaxy alone. He didn't encounter any interceptions or pursuit, so he was much safer. The 10th level of the primordial sword origin technique was constantly circulating, constantly absorbing the void chi to recover his strength, but he felt that he couldn't keep up. However, it was enough for the time being. He first observed and checked the situation. If he wasn't being pursued, then he could use the escapee again. Chunzong operated the primordial sword origin technique with all his strength as he flew. This was the edge of the galaxy, and there were relatively few stars. The place was also relatively remote, as if it was deserted. Chunzong decided to stop. He continued to absorb the void yuan chi to recover his energy until he was fully recovered. Let's try the other aspect of the great escapee technique, Chunzong said to himself, his eyes flashing. The great escapee technique was an extraordinary heavenly mystique. It had two mysteries. One of the mysteries was naturally to fly like a movement technique, which allowed one to move at an extremely fast speed. The other was similar to the Void Shuttle's ability to travel through the void. Originally, the Yukong Venerable's purpose in creating the Great Escapee technique was to use himself to travel through the void. Chunzong's eyes flashed with a bright light, and then his arms shook, grabbing and slashing forward. As if tearing the void apart, layers of ripples spread out. Chunzong also took a step forward, disappearing into the void. A strange feeling immediately surrounded him. Chapter 2079. In the Black Steel Galaxy, Chunzong was moving at full speed and did not feel like he was being watched. But this speed was much slower than driving the escapee. Chunzong wanted to take out the escapee many times, but he was a little hesitant. Another point was that the escapee did not have many void flaming crystals left. He did not have many void coins left. He had to get a lot of wealth first, at least millions of void coins, to buy hundreds of high-grade void flaming crystals to support him for a while. After that, he would probably have to get another batch. After all, there were several starfields between the Heavenly Palace and the starfield he was in. Chunzong's current location was considered to be the edge of the Black Steel Galaxy, and there were relatively few people. Numerous pitch-black meteorites were suspended in the void, motionless. Such meteorite belts were very common. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he immediately passed through the meteorite belt, flying forward. This meteorite belt was quite wide, and it was scattered randomly without any pattern. Flying and flying. Suddenly, Chunzong felt a sense of fear. A black light tore through the void like a crescent moon, silently killing. Chunzong's body was instantly cut by the several hundred-meter-long black light. Not only did it cut Chunzong's body, but also split a huge meteorite dozens of meters away. The meteorite was cut in two, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. It silently separated to two sides. Immediately, A huge black meteorite with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters stretched out in an instant, turning into a huge figure. The figure was pitch black, and its surface was covered with circular patterns, one on top of another. It looked mysterious. Its body was like a python, and the front half of the body looked thicker, as if it was wearing a pitch-black armor. It had a pair of mantis-like claws, and the several hundred-meter-long black crescent moon seemed to be the attack of these claws. Its power was astonishing. Chunzong's figure appeared thousands of meters away, and he stared with lingering fear, his face solemn. Void Beast. That huge meteorite was a void beast in disguise. The outer appearances of void beasts were not necessarily the same. For example, the void beast before him was several thousand meters long. It had a python-like body, but it had a mantis-like hooked blade. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. The presence it gave off was extremely powerful and terrifying, as if it could sweep up terrifying storms of destruction and slaughter. The memories of the sword master of Dongting flashed through Chunzong's mind, and he immediately knew what the void beast before him was. Mantis Blade Giant Snake. It was a very appropriate name, and one of the more common types of void beasts in the void. Different types of void beasts had different temperaments. Some void beasts were more gentle and would never take the initiative to attack other living beings. However, some void beasts were extremely aggressive, and the Mantis Blade Giant Snake was one of them. The Mantis Blade Giant Snake sensed that it had not killed the little creature, so it immediately attacked again, its two blades slashing through the air. Chunzong's expression changed, and he hurriedly used the Great Void Escape technique, exploding with shocking speed to retreat. Chunzong's intuition told him that this Mantis Blade Giant Snake was very, very strong, and he was definitely no match for it. The result of this battle was very likely that he would die. This was because the Mantis Blade Giant Snake's strength was far superior to his. However, he could be sure that the Mantis Blade Giant Snake's level was still equivalent to the Tao Manipulation realm. The strength of void beasts was categorized differently from that of cultivators. It was categorized according to their growth stage. Infant void beasts were stronger than most demigod-grade beings, but not as strong as Tao Manipulation realm beings. Adult void beasts were stronger than most Tao Manipulation realm beings, but not as strong as Yuan Underworld beings. Adult void beasts, on the other hand, were stronger than most Yuan Underworld beings. Above the adult void beasts were the complete void beasts and the ultimate void beasts. If further divided, each growth stage was further divided into two levels, Earth grade and Heaven grade. For example, infant Earth grade beasts were stronger than most demigod grade beings, but there were still powerful demigod grade beings who could match or even kill them. If it was an infant Heaven grade beast, there were very few demigod grade cultivators who could match it, let alone kill it. Similarly, Earth grade void beasts were stronger than most Tao Manipulation realm beings, but there were still powerful Tao Manipulation realm beings who could match or even kill them. This void beast before him was in its adult form, and it seemed to be Earth grade. The value of a fully grown void behemoth is astonishing, Lin Feng said with a smile. As Chunzong rapidly retreated, he thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly as a bold idea popped up in his mind. Kill this void beast. If he killed this void beast and sold it, he would be able to get at least a few million void dollars. He would have the first fortune to buy high-grade void flaming crystals. Earth-grade void beast did not give him the feeling of being annihilated like he was facing a Yuan underworld being. Let's give it a try then. The extreme heart phaseless sword appeared and instantly split into 10,000 sword lights. 10,000 swords in origin. Without hesitation, Chunzong used his strongest attack. 10,000 sword lights lined up in an orderly manner and cut across the void, heading straight for the Mantis Blade Giant Snake. This was the sword that Chunzong had used to fight against the Supreme Tribulation. Its power was shocking and overwhelming. The Mantis Blade Giant Snake was not slow, but it was not a void beast that excelled in speed. On the contrary, it excelled in strength. Due to its huge size, there was no way it could dodge. All of them hit. However, Chunzong's expression changed. The 10,000 sword lights did not cause any damage to the mantis blade giant snake. Instead, they were blocked by its hooks. The hooks were extremely hard and were the toughest part of the mantis blade giant snake's body. Under Chunzong's control, the sword lights condensed again and pierced through the hooks, heading straight for the mantis blade giant snake's body. The sword lights hit the armor on its body and produced a dull sound. At the same time, countless sparks flew. There was still no obvious damage. Due to the shocking characteristics of the Genesis sword origin technique, it only caused a few scratches and was unable to continue. The difference in strength was too great. Moreover, a void beast like the mantis blade giant snake had shocking defensive capabilities. The pitch-black cross-shaped sword lights tore through the void and struck Chunzong. His hair stood on end as a sense of imminent danger swept over him, almost drowning him. Great void evasion technique. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately used the great void evasion technique. His body disappeared into the void and traveled through it. Of course, the great void evasion technique used with his current cultivation could not compare to the void travel of the void flying boat. It could not even cover 1/10 of the distance, let alone a void year. Not even a single day had passed. In less than a breath's time, Chunzong appeared 100,000 meters away. Of course, he could go further, but the energy consumption would increase. Even the burden on his body would increase. The further he went, the greater the burden. If Chunzong had not broken through to the imminent God realm at the same time, he would not have been able to travel so far in such a short time. Traveling 100,000 meters in a breath's time, he had increased the distance between him and a mantis blade giant snake. However, it was impossible for him to escape. Although the mantis blade giant snake was not good at speed, its speed was still incomparable to Chunzong's. 100,000 meters was covered in just a few breaths' time. Without hesitation, Chunzong took out the escapee and entered it. He activated the mid-level protective shield and charged the mid-level void cannon. Lock on. At the same time, the mantis blade giant snake was approaching rapidly. Slash! The two pitch-black blades streaked across the void, bringing with them 100-meter-long black light as they slashed the escapee. In an instant, the escapee's protective shield shook, but it did not break. Instead, countless ripples spread out. When they were being chased, Chunzong had chosen to activate the high-grade protective shield when facing the bombardment of the void-flying ship, because he wasn't sure whether the other party's void-flying ship was high-grade or not. If it was, the middle-grade protective shield wouldn't be able to withstand the high-grade bombardment at all. However, the mantis blade giant snake was in its growth stage and had not yet reached the Yuan underworld stage. The mid-level void cannon's protective shield was enough to block it. Retreat. In an instant, after being slashed, Chunzong steered the escapee and retreated rapidly. Its speed was astonishing, much faster than a mantis blade giant snake's. This was the speed of a mid-level void cannon, which was also the speed of a Yuan underworld powerhouse. As the distance between them increased, the void cannon's charge was also completed. Lock on. With a loud boom, a silver divine radiance shot out like a sword light. It was extremely fast and blasted towards a mantis blade giant snake as if it had shattered the vacuum. The unique characteristic of a void beast was its large size. Because of this, its physique was extremely tyrannical and its defense was astonishing. Furthermore, it was extremely proficient in both strength and speed. It was very terrifying. In short, void beasts had almost no weaknesses. If one had to point out a weakness, it would be in the aspect of the soul. It was relatively weak. Of course, it was only relatively weak. It was indeed inferior to those with powerful souls, but it was still considered normal. However, there was another point. Void beasts in their growth stage did not have the powerful senses of a Yuan underworld powerhouse who had condensed a Yuan spirit. Therefore, it was simply difficult for them to dodge the mid-level void cannon's attack. The cannon hit its target directly. This cannon was at least 10 meters thick and directly blasted the mantis blade giant snake's huge body, breaking through its astonishing defense. Penetrate. The mid-level void cannon's attack directly broke through the mantis blade giant snake's tough skin and blasted into its body, causing it to explode and cause damage. However, the mantis blade giant snake body was huge. It was at least a few thousand meters long, and its vitality was extremely vigorous. This kind of injury was not fatal. Instead, it angered the mantis blade giant snake. The cannon's attack did not kill the mantis blade giant snake. Chunzong was extremely calm as he watched the enraged mantis blade giant snake charge towards him. With such a huge body and no powerful senses, it was the best target if it could dodge in advance. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes glowed as he stared at the mantis blade giant snake through the void cannon and charged the void cannon again. Mid-level cannon's attack. At the same time, the void cannon maintained the same speed and distance as the mantis blade giant snake under Chunzong's precise control. Chapter 2080. The void was boundless, but there were still traces of shocking aura fluctuations that slowly dissipated. A humongous body that was thousands of meters long was suspended in the void, motionless. It was a giant beast, a void beast. There were 3 10-meter-long puncture wounds on its body, and the most fatal one was on its head. The mantis blade giant snake was dead. Chunzong put away the evanescent ship and stood in front of the mantis blade giant snake's body. At such a close distance, it was like standing at the foot of a mountain. There was an indescribable sense of awe. Moreover, even in death, the mantis blade giant snake still emitted shocking aura fluctuations that surged and suppressed in all directions, making Chunzong feel a shocking pressure. An ordinary first revolution, Dao manipulation realm cultivator wouldn't have been able to stand still and would have had to retreat. Void beasts are full of treasures, but the most valuable part is their beast crystals, Chunzong said to himself. He didn't need Sword Master Dongting's memories to understand this. Only mature void beasts could condense beast crystals, which are the condensation of the essence of the void beast spirit. Besides the beast crystals, the skin, shell, limbs, and so on of the void beasts were all shockingly valuable. The least valuable part was the void beast's flesh, but that was only in comparison. After all, some void beast's flesh couldn't be eaten because it was poisonous and so on. However, some void beast's flesh could be eaten and contained decent power, which was somewhat beneficial to cultivators. Coincidentally, the mantis blade giant snake's flesh could be eaten, which was somewhat helpful even to Dao manipulation realm cultivators. The best way to sell it was naturally to sell the entire mantis blade giant snake. However, when Chunzong's consciousness seeped into the mantis blade giant snake's body, he discovered that there seemed to be something in the mantis blade giant snake's body that was constantly emitting shocking radiation. With the extreme heart phaseless sword in hand, he cut along the wound. Fortunately, the mantis blade giant snake's skin had softened a lot after its death. Otherwise, Chunzong reckoned that it would have been difficult to cut it open. For times, the mantis blade giant snake had used up 40 mid-tier flaming void crystals after 4 blasts. The mantis blade giant snake was still in its growth stage and had yet to reach the Yuan underworld stage. If a Yuan underworld cultivator was hit by a single blast without any defensive treasures, they would most likely die. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured and on the verge of death. 2 blasts would kill them instantly. Of course, if they had some kind of treasure, they would be able to withstand the bombardment. However, the mantis blade giant snake was equivalent to the path manipulation realm, yet it took 4 shots to kill it. That was because 2 shots had hit the giant beast's head, directly destroying it and killing it. After all, the most outstanding thing about a void beast was its huge size and astonishing vitality. It was at least 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than a cultivator of the same level. It was extremely difficult to kill. If this was a mature mantis blade giant snake, Chunzong estimated that it would be difficult to kill it with a mid-tier cannon. Even if it could be killed, he didn't know how many mid-tier flaming void crystals it would take. However, when he thought about it, 40 mid-tier flaming void crystals in exchange for a void beast that was worth millions of void dollars was still very worth it. Millions of void dollars were enough to buy thousands of mid-tier flaming void crystals. His sword principle field was released and immediately covered 100 meters. It was much larger than the previous 10 meters. Chunzong could clearly feel the trajectory of the sword principle field. Following the trajectory of the sword principle field, it was much easier for him to cut it. Before long, Chunzong had cut open the mantis blade giant snake and took out the object that was radiating a mysterious power. It was an irregular sphere that was at least a meter in size. It looked like a stone, but also like steel. The material was very special. Waves of power that didn't seem very strong, but was very tenacious, was constantly radiating from it. This power seemed to have a kind of scorching heat that was different from flames. This scorching heat had a somewhat corrosive power, as if it could invade and corrode everything. With the memory of Sword Master daunting, Chunzong quickly recognized what this object was. He couldn't help but be very excited. A star core. Chunzong seemed to be growling. That excited growl was something that only he could hear clearly. He never thought that there would be a star core in the mantis blade giant snake's body. Involuntarily, Chunzong quickly connected the dots. Perhaps this mantis blade giant snake was lucky enough to devour a star core when it was a baby. With the power that was constantly radiating from a star core, it kept growing and quickly became an adult. The radiation of a star core was harmful to most cultivators. If anyone below the imminent god realm was hit by the radiation, the consequences would be very serious. They could easily be crippled. If someone in the path manipulation realm came into contact with it, as long as it wasn't for long, they could use their own power to expel it as soon as they left. However, if it was for too long, they would still be damaged. Of course, some special cultivators, such as those with unique physiques or bloodlines, or those who practice special cultivation methods, were not afraid of the radiation from the star core. Some of them could even use the power of the star core to cultivate. As for void beasts, they were naturally not afraid of the radiation of a star core. It could be said that void beasts could devour and absorb most of the power for their own use, allowing them to grow faster. The mantis blade giant snake was considered lucky. It had devoured a star core. If it consumed all the power of the star core, it would definitely be able to break through and become an adult. When that happened, most Yuan underworld cultivators wouldn't be a match for it. If Chunzong encountered it, he might not even be able to dodge at the beginning. He might be killed right away. Based on the intensity of the radiation, this star core should have come from a low-level star. Furthermore, this is only a small part of it, Chunzong said to himself. Of course, this was only a small part of Sword Master Dongting's massive memory. The star core of a low-level star wouldn't be so small. It would be at least 10 meters in size and basically round. This 1-meter star core wasn't round. Furthermore, if it was a complete low-level star core, it would have been depleted from 10 meters to only 1 meter in size. This meant that the mantis blade giant snake was at least an adult. If that massive power was converted, it would be equivalent to a cultivation level higher than the Yuan underworld. However, due to the huge size of Void Beast and its astonishing vitality, the power required to grow was correspondingly many times greater. Chunzong remembered that in Sword Master Dongting's memory, a few mystique cultivation techniques in the Stellar Tao College seemed to require a star core. If one had a star core, it would be much easier to cultivate those mystique cultivation techniques. However, other than using it for cultivation, a star core could also be sold at a shocking price. Chunzong estimated that this piece of star core was definitely worth more than the mantis blade giant snake. Another point was that the star core provided an astonishing amount of continuous and stable energy. If it replaced the burning void crystal, it would be enough to allow the void flying ship to fly for a very, very long time. Chunzong would definitely not be willing to sell it. Then, should he use it as a mystique cultivation technique or as a source of energy for the escaped void? That was a choice. If it was the latter, Then he could immediately take out the escaped void and quickly rush to the heavenly palace. Keep it first. Chunzong quickly got to work. After keeping the star core, he finished dissecting the mantis blade giant snake. Although selling it after dissecting, it would not be as valuable as selling it as a whole. No one would be able to detect the existence of the star core, which would cause unnecessary trouble. The most valuable part was the giant beast crystal, followed by the mantis blade, giant snakes, giant hook blades, then the shell of the upper body, the skin of the lower body, and the tendons and bones in the body. As for the meat, Chunzong planned to keep it as his own food. Sword Master Daunting had eaten the mantis blade giant snake's meat many years ago and had mastered a few techniques to prepare it. It seemed to be quite delicious and had some benefit for his body. After dissecting it and quickly storing it in the Nine Heavens ring, Chunzong made a decision. He took out the escaped void and opened the star map to quickly search. The Black Steel Galaxy was a very large galaxy. In this galaxy, there was a high-level trading star. Chunzong's goal was naturally to go to the high-level trading star to sell the mantis blade, giant snake's materials, and buy some flaming void crystals as a reserve. Because he had a star core with him now, even if he encountered any danger, he could just use the star core to continuously release the energy of high-level flaming void crystals, allowing him to break through layers of blockades and quickly escape. If it was not for the fact that he had to consider his soul's endurance, the star core could even release the energy of a supra-level flaming void crystal. This was the advantage of using the star core as a source of energy. In an instant, the escaped void locked onto its destination and quickly moved. Its speed kept increasing and soon reached the speed of a mid-level void flying ship. Then, when the speed reached the limit of a mid-level void flying ship, it activated the 1-year level void travel. After repeating this a few times, Chunzong saw a huge star that slowly rotated in the void. That star was surrounded by balls of starlight. The starlight was dazzling and dazzling as it slowly rotated around the high-level star. It was a void formation. This was a high-level star. It was a star that focused on trade and was very prosperous. The manager of this star was the Triple Black Gold Gate, a star sector-level force. However, it was only a manager and was not fully in control. As a trading star, there was naturally no need to verify the identity of the visitor. Therefore, Chunzong easily entered the star and quickly landed. Time was precious. Chunzong was not in the mood to sightsee. Instead, he went straight to the main point and headed towards a prosperous city. He found a large trading company, took out the mantis blade, giant snake's materials, and began to sell them. After some bargaining, the price was finally settled at $3.5 million void dollars. If it was a complete mantis blade giant snake, it would probably be worth more than $4 million void dollars. However, Chunzong did not pay with void dollars. Instead, he let the other party pay with flaming void crystals. 500 mid-level flaming void crystals and 300 high-level flaming void crystals. During the conversation, Chunzong casually mentioned that the elders in the sect had asked him to sell this void beast and buy a bunch of flaming void crystals. This way, he could avoid some trouble. Otherwise, if others were to think that he was only a first transition Dao manipulation realm cultivator buying mid-level or even high-level void flaming crystals, it was very likely that he owned a mid-level or even high-level void flying ship. It would be easy to be coveted and cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 2081. Killing the mantis blade giant snake, obtaining its star core, and selling the body parts of the void beast in exchange for flaming void crystals was the true beginning of Chunzong's long journey. The escapee kept flying, maintaining the speed of a high-grade void flying ship, which was faster than a Yuan underworld powerhouse. It was like a dark golden bolt of lightning, low-key and luxurious as it flew through the void and disappeared in a flash. When the opportunity was right, Chunzong would activate the 10-year void travel. 300 high-grade, flaming void crystals were enough to support the escapee to perform 30 10-year void travel, shortening the journey by 300 void years. 300 void years sounded like a lot, but in fact, there were some large star domains that a Tao manipulation realm expert might not be able to traverse in 300 void years. Of course, the flying speed of a high-grade void flying ship was astonishing. 300 void years was enough to traverse more than one star domain, or even two. As for the mid-grade flaming void crystals, they were used as backups. When the escapee finished a void travel and entered a stable state of flight, Chunzong took out the star core and cultivated some mystic arts of the East Court Soar Mountain Star Tao Academy. He only ended his comprehension and put away the star core when he was about to enter the next void travel. This was because he had to be fully focused every time he went through a void travel to bear the burden of entering the depths of the void. Fortunately, his soul and physique were strong enough. If it had been any other Tao manipulation realm expert, it would have been very difficult to activate the 10-year void travel. The burden would have been astonishing. How could they be like him, who could bear it completely? Such a journey was undoubtedly lonely because it was too far. They had to cross several star domains before they could hope to reach the star domain where the Will Sky Palace was located. However, Chunzong didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it very much. He cultivated as he hurried along. Occasionally, he would stop when he gained something and leave the escapee to test his moves in the void. He treated it as a kind of entertainment and rest during the journey. Sometimes he would also drink and eat meat in the escapee. The wine was the 1,000-grass brew that Master Luo had given him, and the meat was the mantis blade giant snake. Both were delicious and beneficial to him. Chunzong slowly improved on the foundation of the first revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. His qi refinement and body refinement went hand in hand as he continuously charged towards the second revolution. However, the imminent deity realm was even more shocking. Just look at Guru Luo, who had been in the first revolution Tao manipulation realm for 500 years but still hadn't broken through. If not for finding a suitable opportunity, it would probably take another few hundred years to break through. Of course, Guru Luo's talent and potential were limited. Chunzong did not know how to do it, but he was also unable to quickly raise his cultivation to the second transition after breaking through. It would take some time. In addition to traveling and cultivating, Chunzong also encountered some dangers. For example, the experts who were fighting fiercely in the void were extremely powerful. When the aftermath spread out, Chunzong felt that he was facing a disaster. Fortunately, he was inside the spaceship and had activated the high-grade protective barrier in time. Even so, the high-grade protective barrier could only withstand a few shock waves before shattering. Luckily, the high-grade defensive barrier had bought some time for the escapee, allowing it to quickly leave. Thinking about it, Chunzong still felt his heart palpitate. Only then did he realize that even with the evasive spaceship, he wasn't absolutely safe in this void. The two powerhouses fighting fiercely had surpassed the Yuanming realm, but they were too far away to accurately judge. In short, they were terrifying powerhouses who could bring about a life-threatening crisis in the escapee. In addition, Chunzong also encountered a mature, heaven-grade void beast that was extremely terrifying. Even with the escapee and the high-grade void flaming crystal, Chunzong found that even the escapee couldn't do anything to the other party after dealing with it for a while. After all, a mature void beast was more than 10,000 meters in size and was very astonishing. Its defensive power and vitality far surpassed that of a mature void beast. The bombardment of mid-grade void cannons hardly caused any damage to its body, only leaving a faint mark that quickly disappeared. The bombardment of high-grade void cannons could indeed cause damage, but 2 or 3 cannons wouldn't be able to kill it unless they hit its head. However, the speed of this mature void beast was astonishing. It was like a ghost and was even harder to lock onto. Its attacks were so shocking that only the high-grade protective barrier could withstand them. Overall, Chunzong wasn't very confident that he could kill it, so he used the speed of a high-grade void beast to escape and then used void travel to leave. The value of a mature, heaven-grade void beast was astonishing. It was worth at least tens of millions of void coins. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough to kill it. Even with the escapee, the success rate wasn't more than 20%. There was an 80% chance that he would lose and the escapee might be damaged. The value of the escapee wasn't something a mature void beast could compare to. After weighing the pros and cons, Chunzong gave up on hunting it. After that, Chunzong encountered another group of star bandits who were plundering and sealed off a part of the void. After the void was sealed, it was impossible to use void travel. That star bandit obviously had his eyes on the escapee. Helpless, Chunzong could only pilot the escapee to deal with the star bandit and start a fierce battle. Fortunately, that group of star bandits only had one mid-grade void ship and two low-grade void flying boats. In addition, most of the star bandits were at the demigod level, and there were 3 at the imminent realm. Moreover, all of them were at the Tao manipulation realm. Chunzong piloted the escapee and directly fired high-grade void cannons, breaking the opponent's mid-grade void ship's protective barrier and also the 2 low-grade void flying boats' protective barriers. The 3 void ships all suffered different degrees of damage. After that, the 3 imminent realm cultivators surrounded and attacked. They used their movement techniques and were very agile, constantly moving at high speed, making it difficult for the escapee to lock onto them. However, these 3 imminent realm cultivators were all at the Tao manipulation realm. One was at the first revolution of the Tao manipulation realm, one was at the second revolution of the Tao manipulation realm, and the most powerful one was at the 4th revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. With such strength, even if they joined forces, Chunzong was not afraid. 1 against 3. Chunzong struck the 3 Tao manipulation realm cultivators with 1 sword and started a fierce battle. When the other party realized that Chunzong was only at the first revolution of the Tao manipulation realm, they were very happy. However, they cannot be happy because they were suppressed and were at a disadvantage in the first exchange. Chunzong used these 3 Tao manipulation realm cultivators as test subjects and directly used a sword technique of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain Stellar Tao Academy that was cultivated with the Stellar Core as the source of power. The Great Refined Star Sweeping Secret Sword Technique. This was an extremely powerful sword technique, divine power of the Stellar Tao Academy. It was also a very special divine power sword technique because it could be considered a mystic technique, divine power. Hence, it was called a secret sword, which was equivalent to the combination of sword technique and mystic technique. The level of the Great Refined Starry Sky Secret Sword Technique was very high. Just the first level alone was at the level of a great technique, and the second level was at the level of a heavenly technique. With the memories and experience of the Eastern Court Swordmaster, coupled with Chunzong's superb comprehension and the help of the Stellar Core, Chunzong mastered the first level of the Great Refined Starry Sky Secret Sword Technique in a short time and started to grasp the second level. In this way, Chunzong had mastered 2 heavenly techniques. He raised his sword, and the sword light became extremely bright in an instant. It was as if countless starlight gathered from all directions and merged into a dazzling star. Starry Sky's secret sword technique. The 3 Tao manipulation realm cultivators were immediately suppressed by a shocking pressure. For a moment, they felt that they could not move, as if they were suppressed by the power of a star. This was the power of the Great Refined Starry Sky Secret Sword Technique. Slash. The attack of the sword directly killed the 3 Tao manipulation realm cultivators, and their bodies were torn into pieces. Chunzong could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he sensed the power he had consumed. The consumption of heavenly god arts was still very shocking. Using it with his cultivation of the first cycle of the Tao manipulation realm had directly consumed 30% of his power. However, its power was also very shocking. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. 2 low-level void ships and a mid-level void ship. Although damaged, they were still valuable. In addition, there was the wealth of the Star Bandits, especially the wealth of the 3 Tao manipulation realm cultivators, who were worth more than 1 million void coins. Just like that, Chunzong continued to travel across the star field as he cultivated and experienced dangers. He would also head to some high-grade trade planets to sell some resources and exchange them for void coins to purchase high-grade flaming void crystals. In this way, Chunzong did not consume the power of the stellar core. He crossed several star fields and finally reached the Sacred Heart star field. The Sacred Heart star field was not the star field where the Will Heavenly Palace was located, but it was adjacent to the Great Heavenly Heart star field. In other words, as long as he crossed the Sacred Heart star field and the void belt between star fields, Chunzong would be able to enter the Great Heavenly Heart star field and go to the Will Heavenly Palace. Close. Finally, he was very close. For a moment, Chunzong felt an indescribable excitement. However, when Chunzong drove the escapee to the edge of the Sacred Heart star field and was about to enter the void belt between the Sacred Heart star field and the Great Heavenly Heart star field, an accident happened. As a result, Chunzong had to land on a star closest to the void belt. This was only a low-level star, and there were usually few people. Although there were cultivators, they were not very strong. The most powerful one was at the second tier of the demigod realm, and there were no imminent god realm cultivators. But now, there were more cultivators gathered, and they were all in the imminent god realm. Soon, Chunzong found out that there was a crisis in the void belt between the Sacred Heart star field and the Great Heavenly Heart star field. A disaster that occurred once in 1,000 years had appeared in the void belt, and the degree of danger was very high. If a low-level void spaceship entered, it would be destroyed immediately. As for a mid-level void spaceship, it would not be able to last for long. Only a high-level void spaceship had the ability to withstand it, but it had to keep the protective shield open. In this way, the consumption of high-level void flaming crystals would be very high. The void belt between star fields was very vast, and with the speed of a high-level void spaceship, it would take at least half a month to cross it. That was under the condition that there was no danger and everything was calm. If there was a disaster, the time would be extended. Chapter 2082. Very soon, Chunzong inquired about the news clearly. There were hundreds of imminent spirit realm cultivators gathered here. Most of them were in the Tao manipulation realm, but a few of them were in the Yuan underworld realm. Everyone was waiting for the natural disaster of the void belt to pass by so that they could pass through it. But the news made them despair. According to the investigation of the experts, this natural disaster of the void would last for at least 10 years. 10 years. Chunzong couldn't help but frown. 10 years. That was 10 void years, which was equivalent to 100 years in the Tianyuan sacred region. This was too long for him. It should be known that it had taken him several months to rush here from the edge of the central void. In other words, it was equivalent to several years in the Tianyuan sacred region. After rushing to the Will Heavenly Palace and becoming a disciple, he might have to stay there for a period of time. It would still take a lot of time. After that, he would have to find a way back to the Tianyuan sacred region, which would also take a lot of time. For no reason, Chunzong felt a sense of panic from the depths of his heart. He was afraid that by the time he returned to the Tianyuan sacred region, everything would have changed. He was afraid that by the time he returned to the eastern continent of the Kingland world, it would be difficult to see his father. Maybe I can pass through it myself, Chunzong thought to himself. He had the void escape. Although he didn't have many high-tier flaming void crystals left, he still had the star core to use. He had cultivated the mystic arts of the Eastern Court, Sword Mountain Star, Tao Academy, and hadn't consumed much of the star core's power. He should be able to cross the natural disaster of the void belt. In the worst-case scenario, he still had top-tier flaming void crystals to use. With the strength of his soul, he should be able to support the void escape to the speed of a top-tier void escape for a period of time. Of course, the best thing was to wait and see if there were any top-tier void escape ships to cross, but it would probably be very difficult. If it was a top-tier void escape ship, it would be more or less dangerous. Everyone. Suddenly, someone spoke. The voice spread all around and fell into everyone's ears. It was a Yuan underworld powerhouse. According to the observation and prediction of a lord, it is finally confirmed that the natural disaster of the void belt will last for at least 10 years, or even longer. I think, is there anyone who isn't willing to wait here for 10 years, or even decades? Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. I have a high-grade void flying ship. However, I don't have enough high-grade flaming void crystals. I'm afraid I won't be able to cross the void belt. Is there anyone amongst you who is in a hurry to cross the void zone and has a stockpile of high-grade flaming void crystals? Perhaps we can work together. The Yuan Underworld Powerhouse smiled. 9 spots, 100 high-grade flaming void crystals per spot. Without a doubt, this was a very good idea. If they gathered some high-grade void flaming crystals and used them to power only one high-grade void flying boat, they might be able to cross the void belt in the face of natural disasters. Shenzong was also tempted. Of course, he still had a few dozen high-grade flaming void crystals. However, Shenzong did not say anything, nor did he make any statement. Instead, he was thinking. The other party was a Yuan Underworld powerhouse. If the other party harbored evil intentions while on the flying boat, he would not be a match for the other party and would be suppressed in an instant. In particular, if he directly took out a few dozen high-grade flaming void crystals, he could not guarantee that it would not arouse suspicion. To a certain extent, if he possessed high-grade flaming void crystals, people would suspect that he had a high-grade void flying ship. Or perhaps, even if he did not have a high-grade void flying ship, he would definitely have many treasures and the like. In short, this method had a certain degree of danger. Shenzong pondered and waited. He wanted to see if anyone else would respond. Sure enough, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who were anxious to cross the void belt. There were quite a few people. I have 100 high-grade flaming void crystals. A powerful Tao controlling realm powerhouse said, as if he did not care if others knew that he possessed high-grade flaming void crystals. Shenzong also discovered that everyone's expressions were not particularly surprised, especially the Yuan Underworld powerhouse. Shenzong observed and sensed that there was nothing unusual about him. I don't have many flaming void crystals. I only have 50 pieces. I don't know if that's enough. Another Tao controlling realm powerhouse said with a smile. In the end, there were a total of 9 people, including the Yuan Underworld powerhouse. 8 of them could take out 100 high-grade flaming void crystals, while the least could take out 50 high-grade flaming void crystals. In total, they had over 600 high-grade flaming void crystals, which were worth more than 6 million void dollars. However, according to the Yuan Underworld powerhouse's request, everyone had to take out 100 high-grade flaming void crystals. Those who did not have enough would have to pay void dollars to make up for the price of 100 high-grade flaming void crystals. There is one last spot. Is there anyone? The Yuan Underworld powerhouse asked again. A void flying ship could carry 10 people. Of course, if they squeezed, 1 or 2 more people would not be a problem. Shenzong's thoughts turned quickly. Besides the owner of the void flying ship, who was a Yuan Underworld powerhouse, the other 8 people were all at the Tao controlling realm. Of course, there were also differences in their levels. Shenzong realized that this seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. What was going on? Could it be that the 8 Tao controlling realm powerhouses all had high-grade void flying ships? Otherwise, why would they have stockpiled high-grade flaming void crystals? Generally speaking, people would not pay attention to things that they had no use for, let alone stockpile them. Of course, there were exceptions if they had obtained them due to certain circumstances. However, it couldn't be that all 8 of them were exceptions. While pondering this, Shenzong also searched the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting and found relevant memories. It turned out that those who did not own a high-grade void flying ship would not stock up on high-grade void flaming crystals in some smaller places. However, in some larger star domains, as long as one's own financial resources allowed, they would stock up on them. This was because one could not predict what kind of situation they would encounter when they went out. They might need the help of others or join forces with others to use a higher-grade void flying ship. At that time, void dollars would not be so useful anymore. What was really useful was the flaming void crystals. Therefore, some eminent God realm powerhouses with good family backgrounds or great financial resources would usually stockpile some flaming void crystals. Most of them were low-grade and mid-grade, but some high-grade ones were also necessary. After all, The flaming void crystals were valuable. Even if they needed money, they could sell them quickly. Chunzong could not help but realize that Sword Master Dong Ting's memories were too vast. He had only digested a small part of them. If he wanted to digest all of them, he would have to spend dozens of years going through them carefully. Otherwise, if he encountered any situation, it would be the best way to guide him and search for it faster. Since this was the case, Chunzong was relieved. As expected, when one had a certain level of strength, one still needed to go out and travel. In addition to improving one's cultivation and strength, one also needed to broaden one's knowledge and vision. One would not be a frog at the bottom of a well who knew nothing. I have 60 high-grade flaming void crystals. I wonder if it's enough? Chunzong asked. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Chunzong. 60 pieces. The Yuan underworld powerhouse pondered for a moment. If we gather them all together, there should be enough high-grade flaming void crystals. However, you still have to pay me 400,000 void coins. Chunzong also realized that the Yuan underworld powerhouse's tone when speaking to the Dao Manipulation Realm powerhouse wasn't that high and mighty. Instead, it seemed to be more like an equal. Was this the difference between a large star domain and a small star domain? In a large star domain, there were more imminent God realm powerhouses, and they were more powerful in all aspects. Yuan underworld powerhouses were also not as rare as in a small star domain. Chunzong frowned slightly and immediately revealed an awkward expression. I still have 200,000 void coins. I will use 200 mid-grade flaming void crystals to make up for the difference. How about that? The Yuan underworld powerhouse frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Fine, I'll count you in. The other 8 people also smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden. Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, we will set off now. The Yuan underworld powerhouse swept his gaze across them with a smile. There was nothing else to prepare. The Yuan underworld powerhouse took out a flying boat that was dark red in color and had smooth lines. It looked like a shuttle. The 10 of them entered the flying boat and immediately started flying towards the void under the watchful eyes of the other imminent god realms. As for the other imminent god realms, they could only wait and hope that the void disaster would pass as soon as possible. The owner of the flying boat, the Yuan underworld powerhouse, was called Iron Hand Spiritual Master. He had introduced himself. As for the other 9 people, some of them closed their eyes and remained motionless, ignoring everything that was happening outside. Some of them also introduced themselves simply. Brother Chunzong, may I know which faction you come from? A round-faced young man sitting not far from Chunzong asked with a smile. The faction I come from is not worth mentioning. Chunzong smiled. The other party had no intention of getting to the bottom of the matter. They were just chatting. Brother Chun, you are too humble. The round-faced young man smiled. His name was Wang Kuan, and he was a genius from a Nebula Grade family in the Sacred Heart Star region. I intend to make a trip to the Intense Sky Palace and see if I can pass the Intense Sky Palace's Intense Sky Palace. If I can pass it, I can become a core disciple of the Intense Sky Palace. Chunzong's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked casually, is the Intense Sky Palace very difficult to pass? It is said that it is, but I haven't tried it yet. Wang Kuan shrugged and smiled. What about you, Brother Chun? What are you going to do in the Great Sky Heartstar region? The same as you. Chunzong smiled. However, the truth was that he didn't know what the Intense Sky Palace was before this. Oh, that's great. We can go together. Wang Kuan was delighted. However, his cultivation base was much higher than Chunzong's. He was at the 3rd Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. When the others heard their conversation, some of them still had their eyes closed, while others looked interested. Chapter 2083. The Dark Red Void ship officially entered the Nothingness Zone. The Nothingness Zone was originally a special zone without wind, light, or shadow. It was a stretch of nothingness that didn't even contain any Yuan Qi. However, the current Nothingness Zone was different from the Nothingness Chunzong had seen many times before. It was no longer calm and without any aura. Instead, It surged with an extremely terrifying aura. Countless streams of turbulence turned into dark gales that blew out from unknown corners and swept past. It was filled with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything in its path. Streaks of dark lightning were born in the storm, constantly colliding, dissipating, splitting, or becoming stronger and more violent. Even though they were inside the high-grade void ship and had the protection of the high-grade void ship, everyone still felt a sense of trepidation. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. The dark gales and dark lightning were extremely powerful and full of destruction. If they were hit, everyone would die. Even a Yuan demon powerhouse would be the same. He wouldn't be able to withstand it and would directly turn into ashes. However, it was unknown whether a third-level spirit ascension powerhouse could withstand it. Chunzong guessed that it would be possible. Otherwise, the high-grade void ship wouldn't be able to cross it. The dark red void ship maintained a steady speed and didn't increase its speed to the maximum. Furthermore, they couldn't travel through the void in the nothingness zone. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Now, they could only hope that the void ship could cross the nothingness zone. Otherwise, given their strength, they wouldn't be able to last long if they were exposed in the nothingness zone. Of course, if that really happened, Chunzong still had some tricks up his sleeve, which was the evasive vessel and the star core. He just hoped that such a time wouldn't come. Iron Hand's spiritual master didn't chat with everyone. Instead, he wholeheartedly steered the dark red void ship with a solemn expression. Although the high-grade void ship's protective shield was enough to withstand the bombardment of the heavenly calamity, it would break if it was bombarded too many times in a short period of time. Another point is that when the protective shield is activated, it will continue to consume energy. If it is not attacked, the energy consumption will be very small. However, when it is attacked, the energy consumption will increase. Moreover, if the attack intensity and frequency of the attack is high, there's a possibility that the protective shield will be broken. Once the protective shield was broken, the hull of the Void Flyboat would be directly attacked. Therefore, Iron Hand Daoist had to focus all his attention on steering the airship, trying his best to avoid those storms and lightning bolts to avoid being attacked. In an instant, everyone felt the flying boat shake violently. It was as if an extremely terrifying aura had spread out, causing everyone to tense up. The feeling of imminent disaster also spread out. 3 breaths later, the aura dissipated, and the flying boat's vibration also calmed down. Just now, he had suffered from the heavenly calamities attacks. They were too concentrated and too fast, so he couldn't avoid them for a while. Fine beads of sweat could be seen on Daoist Iron Hand's forehead. It could be seen that the situation just now was very dangerous. Of course, those who weren't directly piloting the flying boat didn't feel as strongly as Iron Hand Daoist. Iron Hand Daoist was a Yuan underworld powerhouse, so piloting a high-tier void flyboat wasn't difficult for him at all. Although they would occasionally encounter attacks from the heavenly calamity during the process, and there would be some violent jolts, they would ultimately survive. Every violent jolt would make everyone's faces turn solemn and even slightly pale. It was too frightening, too exciting. That feeling, fear, and trepidation. They were afraid that the void flyboat would be torn apart and destroyed. If that happened, everyone would die and be turned into ashes by the heavenly calamity. Unfortunately, no one was willing to wait for 10 years or even longer. If they didn't want to wait, they would have to endure a certain amount of danger. It was the same principle as seeking riches and honor in danger. Normally, any Ascension Realm cultivator piloting the Void Flyboat could fly for a long time. Sometimes, when they felt tired, they could even let the Void Flyboat fly in a straight line on its own while they took a break. After all, piloting the Void Flyboat for a long time consumed a lot of spiritual consciousness and was also a burden on the mind. Therefore, Iron Hand Daoist couldn't hold on for 3 days. He had to concentrate on piloting the flying boat and pay attention to all movements outside the boat at all times. If he sensed danger in advance, he had to eliminate it and adjust the flying route to avoid it. Once there was a sudden danger, he had to quickly explode and evade. The consumption of spiritual consciousness and mind was more than 10 times higher than usual. The result of not being able to hold on was that someone else had to be replaced. Otherwise, if the void flyboat was allowed to fly on its own, it was very likely that it would crash into the astral wind lightning and suffer its terrifying attacks. There was no choice but to replace someone else. The 9 of them were all in the Tao manipulation realm, but the one with the highest cultivation base was at the 9th revolution Tao manipulation realm. The one with the lowest cultivation base was Chunzong at the 1st revolution Tao manipulation realm. Generally speaking, the 9th revolution Tao manipulation realm's spiritual consciousness and mind were stronger. Unfortunately, the 9th revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator had almost exhausted all his strength and could only hold on for less than half a day. During this time, he had encountered 3 extremely dangerous crises. If someone else was replaced, it would be even worse, and the duration would be even shorter. Helpless, Iron Hand Taoist, who had just recovered part of his spiritual consciousness and mind, could only stop his meditation and pilot the flying boat again. This time, however, he could only hold on for a day before his face turned pale. Only then did everyone realize that they had been a little careless before and hadn't been so considerate. In particular, the Yuan Underworld Iron Hand Taoist had taken things for granted. However, there was no other way. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. It was extremely rare for natural disasters to appear in the void zone. Iron Hand Taoist couldn't hold on anymore and had to replace someone else. The consumption of spiritual consciousness and mind was more difficult to recover, especially the mind, which was even more difficult to recover. After almost 1 round, it was Chunzong's turn. However, Chunzong was only at the 1st revolution Tao manipulation realm, so no one had much hope. After all, Wang Kuan, who was at the 3rd revolution, had only held on for a little more than 2 hours. His face was deathly pale, and he was overdrawn. They couldn't count on him for at least 2 or 3 days. It would be good enough if Chunzong could hold on for an hour. Iron Hand Taoist would be able to recover a little more spiritual consciousness and mind in an hour and hold on for a little longer. Moreover, everyone had their doubts. After all, it was common sense that the lower one's cultivation, the weaker their spiritual consciousness and mind. When piloting the flying boat, their perception of the outside world would also be weaker and it would be easier to encounter danger. Of course, this was better than letting the flying boat fly on its own. "Brother Chun, it's up to you," Wang Kuan said with a pale face. Iron Hand Taoist's spiritual consciousness and mind were strong, so it had consumed 10 times the usual amount to hold on for 3 days. However, Wang Kuan's consumption wasn't just 10 times the usual amount. After all, he was at a lower level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to hold on for more than 2 hours. It should be known that an ordinary Tao manipulation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to carry the 10th grade through the void, but they could barely withstand the normal flight of a high-grade flying boat. Because of this, the consumption would be much more intense, and they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even a 9th revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator would only be able to hold on for half a day before reaching their limit. Chunzong smiled at Wang Kuan. His expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. It made people feel that he was full of confidence. Was he bluffing? He couldn't care less. He just wanted to be able to hold on for an hour. A 1st revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator holding on for an hour. No matter how he thought about it, it was a little risky. Everyone was even mentally prepared for the flying boat to be attacked a few times. They only hoped that those attacks wouldn't break the protective shield of the flying boat. Otherwise, they would all die. The feeling of putting their lives in the hands of others was very dangerous and terrible, but there was no other way. No one had expected such a situation. The degree of danger was beyond imagination. It could only be said that everyone hadn't thought it through at the time. This was also because they had never encountered such a situation before. Many times, if you didn't experience something, you wouldn't have the corresponding experience at all. When you encountered it for the first time, it was inevitable that all kinds of situations would occur. Even though Chunzong had the memory of Sword Master Dong Ting, the latter had never encountered such a situation when he was relatively weak. When he encountered it later, he was very strong. He didn't need the flying boat at all. He could cross the natural disaster on his own. Of course, the natural disasters in the void were also divided into levels. Some natural disasters in the void were so strong that even dominators would be frightened when they appeared. Young friend, if you can't hold on, don't force yourself. The Iron Hand's spiritual master's temperament was considered good. He opened his eyes and said to Chinzong, but his face was still pale. It was a sign that he had exhausted too much of his mental strength and had yet to recover. I was born with a strong mental strength. Chinzong smiled and truly accepted the control of the flying boat. As soon as he took over, Chinzong's consciousness and mental strength spread out. It passed through the control core of the flying boat and spread throughout the flying boat. Then it radiated in all directions. Chinzong realized that piloting this void-flying ship seemed to be easier than piloting the escapee. Even if he piloted the escapee, he could at most unleash the power of a high-class void-flying ship. However, the escapee was a top-class void-flying ship after all. There was a difference between the two. With a strong soul and mental strength, Chinzong quickly got the hang of it. It was easy for him to control the flying boat. Soon, Chinzong discovered that a mass of black wind was gathering in front of him and sweeping towards him. With a thought, he controlled the void-flying boat to quickly avoid it. It swept past him by a hair's breadth, but he wasn't affected at all. Chinzong's expression was extremely calm. His eyes flickered incessantly. In a state of absolute calmness, he controlled the void-flying boat as if it were his own arm. Time passed slowly. Everyone was very nervous at first, but gradually they didn't feel any vibration. Chinzong didn't seem to be affected at all. His body was stable, and he didn't seem to show any signs of collapsing. Everyone slowly closed their eyes in exhaustion and recovered their mental strength. Some even unconsciously fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the Iron Hand spiritual master woke up. As soon as he woke up, he found that his mental strength had recovered a lot. Based on this, at least a day had passed. Immediately, he was shocked. Who was controlling the flying boat now? At a glance, his eyes widened. He was dumbfounded and his face was full of shock. Chinzong. Chapter 2084. In the airship, Iron Hand's spiritual master stared at Chinzong, his heart in turmoil. Yes, a day had indeed passed. During this time, no one had taken over, and only Chinzong had been driving the airship. A first revolution Dao manipulation realm expert was more outstanding than a ninth revolution Dao manipulation realm expert. What kind of concept was this? Moreover, Iron Hand spiritual master had not felt any turbulence during this time. What did this mean? It meant that the airship had not encountered any attacks during this day. Could it be that the void disaster was over? No. Iron Hand's spiritual master released his divine sense and could clearly feel that there were still terrifying dark gales roaring in the void outside the airship, as well as terrifying dark lightning wreaked havoc. Wind and thunder intertwined, extremely terrifying. In the perception of his divine sense, a ball of extremely shocking wind and thunder swept over. The gales roared as they constantly advanced, mixed with countless black lightning bolts wreaking havoc, as if they could destroy everything. Iron Hand, spiritual master's expression changed greatly, and his heart palpitated greatly. In an instant, it seemed that he had become the one driving the airship, and there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to dodge. However, he was not the one driving the airship. In just an instant, when that ball of terrifying dark wind and thunder swept over and was about to hit the airship was as agile as a fish in the water or a sparrow in the air, as if it had come alive in an instant. Iron Hand's spiritual master felt that the airship seemed to have come alive, as if it had a spirit of its own. Like a kite in the wind, it drifted away under that ball of terrifying wind and thunder. It was as if the airship had lost its weight at that moment and was like a feather. Dodged. It was an understatement. Iron Hand's spiritual master could not help but widen his eyes. If it had been him, although he could have dodged, he definitely would not have been able to do it so gracefully and calmly. And this was done by a young man in the first revolution Tao manipulation realm. Unbelievable. Spiritual master, I can probably hold on for about 2 more hours. Shenzong's voice entered Iron Hand Taoist's ears. He was reminding Iron Hand Taoist to make full use of these 2 hours to recover as much as possible so that he could replace Chunzong when the time came. Okay. Iron Hand Sage hurriedly responded and closed his eyes again. However, the shock in his heart was still there and was difficult to disperse. Taking a deep breath, the Iron Hand Taoist finally adjusted himself and regained his composure, accelerating the recovery of his mind and spiritual sense. 2 hours passed quickly. The Iron Hand Immortal and Chunzong took over. They saw that Chunzong's face was pale, and deep exhaustion could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Have a good rest. I can hold on for a while. The Iron Hand Immortal's attitude towards Chunzong became more and more amiable. Chunzong nodded and sat down immediately, beginning to recover his divine sense and mind. In fact, Chunzong had not reached the point of exhaustion. Be it his consciousness or his mind, he still had some left. Of course, he could not compare to the Iron Hand spiritual master, but he was better than most Tao manipulation realm cultivators. After all, the difference between the Tao manipulation realm and the Yuan underworld realm was very obvious. In the Yuan underworld realm, one would condense a primordial spirit, so one's spiritual consciousness and mind would have obvious improvements. However, although Chunzong was not as good as the Iron Hand spiritual master in terms of quantity, he had his own unique and exquisite application. This was something that the Iron Hand spiritual master could not compare to. The reason why Chunzong had to pretend to be exhausted was to avoid causing too much shock. Otherwise, he could still hold on for more than half a day. The Iron Hand spiritual master's consciousness had recovered to 50%, while his mind had recovered to 30%. In this way, he could still hold on for about a day without any problem. After that, it was the 9th revolution Tao manipulation realm cultivator's turn, but he could not hold on for as long as before. However, when it was Wang Kuen's turn, he still looked pale. Clearly, he had not recovered. Let me do it. Chunzong opened his eyes. I was born with a strong mind, so I can recover faster. Previously, when they heard Chunzong say this, they did not believe him. How strong could a person be if they were born with a strong mental state? But this time, when they heard Chunzong say this again, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. They were very envious. He was really strong, not just ordinarily strong. They secretly guessed that this person's background must be very high. He was at least from a galactic force. Chunzong steered the void flying boat again. This time, he was a little more relaxed. The others also took the opportunity to observe for a moment and found that this person was indeed very surprising. He seemed to be born to be a master of flying boats. Thus, they felt relieved and went to meditate. As he steered the void flying boat forward, Chunzong sensed in advance that a huge dark storm was coming. It was like a hurricane that swept across heaven and earth, mixed with dense dark lightning, wreaking havoc like dragons and snakes. That kind of terrifying power made Chunzong shudder with fear and trepidation. Dodge! He must dodge. In an instant, under Chunzong's stewardship, the void-flying boat brushed past him. However, in that instant, Chunzong showed an extremely shocked expression. Because in that instant when the void-flying boat brushed past him, Chunzong vaguely saw a figure. A figure in the center of the dark storm. Countless dark lightning bolts raged and bombarded from all directions, as if they were going to smash the figure into pieces, but they were all blocked. I didn't see wrong. Chunzong thought to himself. That scene just now was definitely not his illusion. There really was a figure in the storm and lightning. Some memories of Sword Master Dongting surfaced, making Chunzong even more certain that what he saw was real. For many practitioners, the void natural disaster was a disaster, a catastrophe that they did not dare to touch. However, for some special experts, it was a training ground. Some experts would indeed use the power of the void natural disaster to train themselves. Collecting his thoughts, Chunzong also calmed down and continued to steer the void-flying boat forward, taking turns. Taking turns again and again. Only Chunzong remained calm. Chunzong did not exhaust his mind every time, and his recovery speed was several times faster than the others. This was Chunzong's advantage. After 20 days, the void-flying boat finally crossed the void belt and approached the Great Sky Heart Star area. Everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were close. They were about to enter the Great Sky Heart Star area, as long as there were no more accidents. Fortunately, there were no accidents, and the void-flying boat flew steadily into the Great Sky Heart Star area. At this point, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. At least, they were safe and did not have to be on tenterhooks like before. Thinking about how they had spent the previous 20 days in fear, it was fortunate that Chunzong had been there. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to hold on until now. For a moment, everyone was very grateful to Chunzong. Of course, this gratitude was shown on the surface, but it was hard to say whether it was true in their hearts. Since they had entered the Great Sky Heart Star area, this part of the journey was considered to be over. On the nearest star, the void-flying boat landed, and everyone got off. "Everyone, I'll take my leave. Little brother Chunzong, fortunately, you turned the tide this time. Otherwise, I don't know if we could have made it. Thank you." The ninth revolution Tao controlling realm middle-aged man smiled and looked around, then looked at Chunzong and said. His appearance gave people the impression that he was somewhat simple and honest. Finally, the ninth revolution Tao controlling realm man grinned at Chunzong, waved his hand, and turned to leave. The others also took their leave. "Little friend, if you're not in a hurry, why don't you wait for a few months? When I'm done, I'll send you to the Heart Palace." Iron Hand Spiritual Master said to Chunzong. On one hand, it was because of Chunzong's previous performance that made him feel grateful. On the other hand, he wanted to be on good terms with Chunzong. A genius with a strong mind would have a bright future. Perhaps there was a high chance that he could pass the new concept test of the Heart Palace and become a true disciple of the Heart Palace. At that time, his status would rise. "Thank you for your kindness, Spiritual Master, but I'm indeed in a hurry." Chunzong smiled. This was the truth, not that Chunzong was unreasonable. Otherwise, Chunzong wouldn't have to take the risk to cross the void belt. After all, if it was only a dozen days or a month, he could take it slow, but a few months was a little too long. "That's good. Then I wish you success and become a true disciple of the Heart Palace." Although Iron Hand Spiritual Master was a little disappointed, he still smiled. "Thank you, Spiritual Master." Chunzong cupped his fists and turned to leave. Wang Kuan also left with him. "Brother Chun, I have a mid-grade void-flying ship and a lot of mid-grade void flaming crystals. If we continue to travel through the void, we should be able to reach the Heart Palace in a month." Wang Kuan smiled. If Chunzong took out the void escape, the speed would be even faster. Unfortunately, Chunzong didn't have any more high-grade void flaming crystals or void coins. If he used star cores as energy, it would be possible, but it was too extravagant. It was just a matter of time. "Good, I also have some mid-grade void flaming crystals in reserve." Chunzong smiled. The two of them went together. Soon, the mid-grade void-flying ship's speed reached the maximum, and they started to travel through the void. The Great Heart Starfield was very vast. In the entire void, it was one of the largest star fields, even more than 10 times larger than some of the smaller ones. However, Chunzong and Wang Kuan had a lot of mid-grade void flaming crystals in reserve. After a year of continuous travel, the distance was constantly shortened. In particular, the two of them took turns to steer the ship. There was no need for them to stop at all. One star after another was left behind by the void-flying ship. The void-flying ship continued to move forward, passing through one star system after another. In fact, most of the time was spent traveling through the void. Fortunately, the void between star systems was relatively short. Otherwise, it would take even longer. If he were to exclude the void belts, it would only take him about 10 days to reach the Heavenly Palace's star system. The Heart Star System. This was the central star system of the Great Heart Starfield. It was also the star system where the Heart Palace was located. Shenzong knew a lot about the Heart Palace. Of course, this was because of the memories of Swordmaster Dongting. Unlike other major powers, the Heart Palace wasn't located on a star. Instead, it was located in a huge world. Chapter 2085. In the heart of Heaven Galaxy, a huge black and white sphere was suspended in the void. It seemed to be motionless, but it was constantly rotating. It was just that the naked eye could not capture it. Brother Chun, we've arrived at the black and white world. Wang Kuan looked at the black and white sphere excitedly. The black and white world. The world ruled by the Will Heavenly Palace was also a world that belonged to the Will Heavenly Palace. Of course, the black and white world was vast and boundless. Other than the Will Heavenly Palace, there were also other forces. Layer by layer, they formed the black and white world sect, nation, family, and so on. The mid-grade void ship kept approaching the black and white world. Finally, they entered the upper world of the black and white world. Shenzong was born in the Kanglan world and entered the Lingwu sacred world. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the world. For example, in the Tianyuan sacred world of the Lingwu sacred world, there was a layer of astral wind, heavenly fire, heavenly thunder, and so on that formed a protective layer. But now, as soon as they entered the black and white world, Shenzong was shocked. After passing through the boundary that seemed to exist, yet not exist, the boundary between the world and the void, what one would see was a stretch of nothingness, or rather, the void. This was the void that belonged to the world. A world that contained the void. How shocking was that? Shenzong and Wang Kuan fell into a state of shock. The memories of Swordmaster Dong Ting kept surging with information about the world. Like the stars, the world was also divided into high and low levels. The secondary world corresponded to the low-level stars. The small world corresponded to the mid-level stars. The medium world corresponded to the high-level stars. The great world corresponded to the top-level stars. The primary world corresponded to the super-level stars. Above the super-level stars, there was a type of star called the ancient star. It was a star that was even more powerful than the super-level stars. Similarly, above the primary world, there was a type of world called the primary world. Swordmaster Dong Ting was a sovereign rank expert, so he naturally knew a lot about the various forces in the void. Therefore, from the memories of Swordmaster Dong Ting, Shenzong knew that the black and white world where the Will Heavenly Palace was located was the primary world. It was an incomparably high-end world, and also the highest existence in the void. Although there was a corresponding level between the stars and the world, in reality, the world was slightly higher than the stars. This was because the laws of a world of the same level were often more complete and clearer than the laws of star. Shenzong also had the memories of the eternal battle fort. Swordmaster Dong Ting also had the memories of the eternal battle fort, which made Shenzong realize that the eternal battle fort, which had been transformed from a star, was, strictly speaking, not the whole eternal battle fort. It was only a part of it. That was because it had been transformed from a high-grade star. The real eternal battle fort was transformed from an ancient star and surrounded by 9 high-grade stars. Only then would the eternal battle fort be complete. That was the true face of the eternal battle fort. The original realm also had another name, the Lesser Void Realm. This meant that the original realm was like a miniature version of the void. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. This part of the void was also very vast, and there were many stars floating in it. Of course, the size of these stars could not be compared to the stars in the greater void outside. The largest one was only 1/10 the size of a low-grade star, and most of them were only 1/100th the size. There seemed to be another saying that the void was formed by the continuous expansion and evolution of the original realm. Of course, this was only a saying. Currently, the only known original realm in the void was the black and white world, so there was no way to determine. In the black and white world, the lesser void realm naturally could not be compared to the greater void outside. Before long, Wang Kuan's mid-grade void flying ship passed through the lesser void realm and arrived at the heavenly thunder layer. The heavenly thunder layer was full of thunder and lightning. It was very terrifying. Chunzong felt his scalp go numb as soon as he sensed it. The power was so strong that it could blast a way manipulation realm expert into pieces. Thinking back to the heavenly thunder layer in the Tianyuan sacred domain, some powerful half-step supreme saints could resist it. The gap between a half-step supreme saint and a way manipulation realm expert was huge. It was not a difference of 1,000 or 10,000 times, but an immeasurable gap. At this moment, Chunzong was driving Wang Kuin's void flying ship and gradually approaching the heavenly thunder layer. His expression was cold, but Wang Kuin looked nervous. This was because he was not very sure if the mid-grade void flying ship could withstand the raging thunderbolts of the heavenly thunder layer. Based on his perception, the thunderbolts were really very terrifying. The mid-grade protective shield was activated to its maximum limit. As soon as it came into contact with the thunderbolts of the heavenly thunder layer, the protective shield was constantly bombarded and surged. The mid-grade void flaming crystal was constantly consumed, but it still held on. The heavenly thunder is almost as strong as the attack of a Yuan underworld elite, Chunzong thought to himself. The protective shield of the mid-grade void flying ship could generally withstand a portion of the attacks of Yuan underworld elites, but the attacks of a few stronger Yuan underworld elites had a chance of breaking through the protective shield of the mid-grade void flying ship. A Yuan underworld elite was many times stronger than a way manipulation realm expert. This was the tyrannical aspect of the original realm. As such, it was really not easy to enter the black and white boundary. The mid-grade void flying ship could only barely withstand the thunderbolts by activating the protective shield to its maximum limit. If the protective shield was not activated to its maximum limit, it would not be able to withstand the thunderbolts at all. Furthermore, the consumption of the mid-grade void flaming crystal was extremely shocking. What Chunzong did not know was that this was the heavenly thunder layer in a calm state after the cycle. If the heavenly thunder layer in a violent state had been circulated, only the protective shield of the high-grade void flying ship could withstand it. It can only be said that he and Wang Kuin were quite lucky. With such a protective shield, it would be very difficult for someone to attack the black and white boundary, even if they wanted to. Chunzong even activated his Sword Dao domain to envelop the void flying ship and enhance the defensive capabilities of the void flying ship to a certain extent. Finally, the void flying ship passed through the heavenly thunder layer and entered the heavenly fire layer. The heavenly fire layer was a little weaker than the heavenly thunder layer, but it was still very terrifying and could still burn an ordinary Yuan underworld elite to death. There were not many mid-grade void flaming crystals left. Chunzong's expression was grave, but Wang Kuin was so nervous that he almost suffocated. Finally, they passed through the heavenly fire layer and entered the heavenly wind layer. The power of the wind in the heavenly wind layer was a little weaker, but even so, it could still blow a lot of Yuan underworld elites to death. Charge! The moment the protective shield shattered, a terrifying gust of wind blew directly on the void flying ship, causing it to shake violently as if it was about to disintegrate. At the critical moment, Chunzong released his Sword Dao domain to the maximum and resisted part of the wind to a certain extent. His face was pale. Finally, the void flying ship rushed out of the heavenly wind layer and flew down shakily. The mid-grade void flaming crystals had been exhausted, and the speed of the void flying ship's descent was getting faster and faster. Of course, Chunzong and Wang Kuin could still rush out of the void flying ship. Once the void flying ship fell, it would shatter. The value of a mid-grade void flying ship was not low. If it was damaged, Wang Kuin's loss would not be small. I still have low-grade void flaming crystals. Just as Chunzong was about to consider whether to use the star core, Wang Kuin said as he took out a few low-grade void flaming crystals. The void flying ship stabilized and slowly descended. The void flying ship landed on a mountaintop. The two of them quickly walked out of the void flying ship and turned their heads to look. Their expressions changed drastically. They saw that the void flying ship was covered in scratches. Each scratch was at least as deep as a palm and densely packed with crisscrossing sword marks. It was a scene of devastation. The two of them couldn't help but gasp. The mid-grade void flying ship strength was astonishing, but it had actually been cut to such a state. If it had been left for any longer, it might have been directly torn apart. It was too horrifying and exciting. Shenzong quickly regained his composure. Wang Kuan also quickly regained his composure. However, it was still very painful. But then again, it was only superficial damage. It could be repaired, and it would not cost too much. If it had been internal damage, it would have been really costly. Fortunately, they had finally entered the black and white boundary. It was really thrilling. Of course, if they had enough mid-grade void flaming crystals, they could indeed use them to break through the 3 layers of wind, fire, and thunder. However, Wang Kuan and Chunzong's mid-grade void flaming crystals were obviously not enough. Brother Chun, we have to rely on ourselves to go to the heavenly palace of will. Wang Kuan smiled and put away the void flying ship. Let's go. Chunzong nodded and directly flew into the sky. Mid-level flaming void crystals had been used up. Wang Kuan probably had some low-level flaming void crystals in reserve, but there shouldn't be many. The speed of a low-level void flying vessel wouldn't be much faster than a Dao manipulation realm cultivator. It was more suitable for traveling in the void. Now that they had entered a world, the two of them would be enough to travel directly. Only now did Chunzong have a mind to feel the surrounding yuan, qi, and rules of the world. The yuan qi of the world was incomparably rich. Although it was not the void yuan qi, when combined, it was not inferior to the void yuan qi at all. In other words, there was no difference between cultivating in the imminent god realm in this world and cultivating in the void. In addition, the rules of the world here were very sophisticated and perfect, not much inferior to those in the void. Compared to it, the Tianyuan's sacred territory felt like a dilapidated thatched cottage in a remote village compared to a magnificent imperial palace. Chunzong estimated that the complete Lingwu sacred world was at most a small world. However, after it was broken, it had fallen to the point that it was not even comparable to a secondary world. That was why it was in such a sorry state. However, whether that was the case or not, he could not be sure. He would only know after he returned. Chunzong and Wang Kuan used their speed and flew in the air as fast as lightning. However, their speed could not be compared to in the void. They were limited by the rules of the world here. This was because in the black and white world, it was impossible to fly in the air if one was not at the imminent god realm. Even a powerful demigod realm cultivator could not. Although it was their first time in the black and white world, Swordmaster Dongting had been here before. Based on some of Swordmaster Dongting's memories and his own observation, Chunzong adjusted the direction and kept flying forward with Wang Kuan. If they kept flying in this direction, there was hope for them to reach the heavenly palace of will. However, after a period of time, Chunzong and Wang Kuan realized that things were not as simple as they had thought. When Swordmaster Dongting came, he had already become a sovereign realm expert. How fast was his speed? Naturally, it was easy for him to reach it. Chapter 2086. Although the Heavenly Palace was the most powerful force in the void, there wasn't much information about it in the outside world. Even information about the black and white world was rarely leaked to the outside world. Wang Kuan wanted to challenge the will of heart and become a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. Naturally, he would collect information about the black and white world and the Heavenly Palace in advance. However, the results were minimal. Chunzong had the memories of Swordmaster Dongting in his mind. However, the Swordmaster had only entered the black and white world after reaching the Sovereign Realm. He had challenged the Sovereign Realm powerhouses of the Heavenly Palace and lost miserably. Swordmaster Dongting was in high spirits when he came. He naturally didn't care about anything else. As soon as he entered the black and white world, he went straight to the Heavenly Palace to issue a challenge. After his defeat, he left dejectedly and didn't pay attention to the black and white world. Therefore, Chunzong's understanding of the black and white world and the Heavenly Palace was very shallow. The result of two people with shallow understanding of each other acting together was that they were at a loss. If they hadn't miscalculated the time, the two had been flying nonstop for a month. During this time, they had flown over mountains, rivers, forests, valleys, and some gathering places. However, they still hadn't seen the Heavenly Palace. Even if a Tao controlling realm powerhouse's speed was limited here and couldn't compare to when they were in the void, they could still fly for a long time. In the end, the two of them decided that it would be best to find a place where people gathered first and inquire about the situation. Otherwise, they didn't know how long it would take to reach the Heavenly Palace. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as they thought. The two of them landed outside a huge city and stepped into the city. This made Chunzong feel like he was in a trance. It was as if he had returned to the Tianyuan sacred realm. The atmosphere was very similar. Of course, there were many cultivators in the city. Demigods and demigods were everywhere. Chunzong's super keen senses could even capture the aura of some imminent divinity powerhouses. Although there weren't many, there were still 2 or 3 who should be in the Tao controlling realm. As expected of the world where the Heavenly Palace was located, just by randomly finding a city of a large scale, he could already sense the presence of some Tao controlling realm powerhouses. The original realm. It was truly extraordinary. Chunzong and Wang Kuan went their separate ways. First of all, they paid attention to the news of the Heavenly Palace. Their goal was to join the Heavenly Palace and become a disciple, especially true disciple. Although there wasn't much information about the Heavenly Palace in the outside world, the Sacred Heart Starfield and the Great Sky Heart Starfield knew more about it. For example, there was another way to become a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace other than to become a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. That was the Heart Intent realm. Heavenly Palace. There was no age disciple Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace. After spending a few days and a considerable amount of void coins, Chunzong and Wang Kuan finally managed to gather some information about the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace. 1. Heavenly Palace was located in the Divine Heart Mountain, which was in the center of the Black and White world. Third, outside the Divine Heart Mountain, there was a Heart Sea. The Heart Sea was constantly changing. Those who were not from the Heavenly Palace could not cross it. Only at certain times, when the Heart Sea was relatively calm, could one cross it. Of course, there was a certain danger. At the same time, it was inevitable that they also learned some other information about the Black and White world. For example, there were many sect, nation, and family in the Black and White world. Excluding the Heavenly Palace, the most powerful ones were the 4 great sect, a few powerful ancient families, and the 3 great dynasties of the various nations. But whether it was the 3 great dynasties, the ancient clans, or the 4 great sect, none of them could compare to the Heavenly Palace. It was for this reason that the Heavenly Palace was revered as a holy land. As for the strength of the 4 major sects, Chunzong also made some inquiries. They didn't seem weak. If placed in the void outside, they would be at least a cosmic system state force. As for whether they were stronger, there wasn't enough information, so he couldn't tell. But Chunzong had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. As long as he could reach the Heavenly Palace and become its disciple, he could slowly learn about the rest. Right now, he had to make the Heavenly Palace his top priority. Only then would he be able to focus on the trifles. The two of them even spent a lot of void coins to buy a map. From where we are, we still need to cross 4 mountain ranges, 2 large lakes, a forest, and 7 nations. Chunzong and Wang Kuan were speechless after looking at the map. After careful calculation, it was indeed the shortest and most direct route. But at the same time, it was also the most dangerous. The 7 countries could be directly crossed, so it wasn't a big deal. The 2 lakes and the forest could also be crossed by flying. On the other hand, one of the 4 mountain ranges was the largest mountain range in the Black and White world. It spanned almost half of the Black and White world, and there were countless demonic beasts residing there. There were also many demonic beasts equivalent to the Divine Ascension realm. There are even many demonic beasts more powerful than the path manipulation realm. Crossing such a mountain range was extremely dangerous. It was very likely that they would attract powerful demonic beasts. It might be better if it was only a Dao manipulation realm demonic beast, but if it was a Yuanming realm demonic beast, or even stronger, the two of them would be finished. Therefore, the route had to be changed again. How could it be changed? Of course, they had to gather more information before they could make a decision. The two of them had no choice but to move again. Shenzong also calmed down and realized that he was a little impatient. Ever since he entered the black and white world and learned that the heavenly palace was not far away, he had lost his usual calmness and rational judgment. He had become a little eager for quick success. However, Shenzong was not annoyed. After all, the heavenly palace did have a special meaning to him. The initial change of heart. There was also the inheritance of the One Heart Sutra. Even Shenzong suspected that the Heart Sword Seal was related to the heavenly palace. Compared to the eternal battle fort, Shenzong felt that his fate with the heavenly palace was deeper. Therefore, the closer they were to the heavenly palace, the more excited Shenzong became. He lost his usual calmness and became a little impatient. But now that he realized this, Shenzong took a few deep breaths and adjusted himself, allowing himself to return to his usual calm state. As soon as he regained his calm state, Shenzong's mind became extremely clear and his train of thought became extremely clear. To collect more and more complete information, one must first sharpen one's tools to do a good job. Then, they combine the various information collected by the two of them to get rid of the impurities and preserve the essence to formulate the best route. Throughout the entire process, Wang Kuan was in a dazed state because he felt that Shenzong seemed to have become a completely different person. Shenzong's eyes flickered with a bright light and revealed unparalleled confidence, as if he was in control of everything. Every word from his mouth carried a kind of incomparable confidence, which made Wang Kuan unable to help but feel convinced. So much so that he could not say all the words he had been thinking about before, because compared to the route set by Shenzong's words, it was too rough. Admirable. Extremely admirable. Brother Chun, I realize that meeting you is my greatest luck on this trip. Wang Kuan could not help but say affectionately. Let's go. I hope this route is correct. Shenzong smiled. This route was a combination of all the information the two of them had collected, and after many deductions, it was the shortest and safest route they had determined. Of course, the journey was long, and there were also some unknown variables. Sometimes, the plan could not keep up with the changes and so on. Therefore, they dare not say that it was 100% correct. However, if they did not encounter any unexpected situations, Shenzong could confidently say that this route was the best. As for unexpected situations, it was not within his control. Even if he was an expert in the sovereign realm, he could not control unexpected situations. He could only deal with them and adapt according to the situation. I believe in you. Wang Kuan seemed to be more confident than Shenzong, because Shenzong's flawless plan gave him great confidence. After the two of them identified the direction, they immediately left the city and flew into the air again, which immediately caused a lot of surprise. After all, an expert in the imminent god realm would not appear in front of people casually. Especially, he was at the spirit realm at such a young age. Only the strong forces could have such a person. The sky was vast, and the white clouds were thousands of miles long. At first glance, it seemed to be boundless. It was unbelievably vast. Shenzong and Wang Kuan flew across the sky as fast as lightning, constantly flying on the predetermined route. 7 countries, 4 mountain ranges, 2 big lakes, and 1 forest. No matter which one it was, they were all very vast. It would take a lot of time to fly across them. In particular, they were not closely connected to each other, and there was a long gap between them, like a buffer zone. Time passed slowly. When their strength was exhausted to a certain extent, the two of them either slowed down their flying speed and let their strength recover slowly, or they directly stopped to rest and let their strength recover quickly before continuing their journey. This kind of life was undoubtedly boring. However, because they had a goal in their hearts, the two of them were full of motivation and did not feel bored at all. When they first entered the black and white world, Wang Kuan thought that his cultivation was higher and his speed would be faster. Later, he found that even if Chunzong's cultivation was lower than his speed was not inferior to his. Now that they were flying for a long distance, his endurance was also not inferior to his. He really did not know which force this monster came from. He was indeed like a monster. His mind was shockingly strong. His cultivation was 2 ranks lower than his, but his speed and endurance were not inferior to his. In any case, he was also considered a top genius. The other party was much more talented than him. If he was not a monster, what was he? Chapter 2087. 1 forest, 2 lakes for mountain ranges, and 7 kingdoms. With the best route, Chunzong and Wang Kuan spent almost a year. Of course, this was the world year, which was different from the void year. Chunzong also realized the superiority of the world year over the stars. Time. 1 void year was equivalent to 10 world years. However, in a world as powerful as the original realm, even though it was not as good as the void, under 10 times the time difference, with the same talent, the cultivation efficiency would be higher than in the void. The flow of time inside and outside the world was very mysterious. One could only understand it if they experienced it personally. However, Chunzong did not know what kind of mystery it was. Even Sword Master Dong Ting did not know what it was. Time was more mysterious than space. It was unfathomable. Even Dominator Realm experts could not understand it. This was also the reason why every time a new world was discovered, there would be a huge fight and a storm of blood. It was because if one obtained a world, they would obtain convenience and resources. If it was a secondary world, a small world, or a low-level world, it would be used to cultivate the younger generation, which was below the ascending god realm. If it was a medium world, it would be helpful for the cultivation of ascending god realm experts. As for the great world and the main world, it was needless to say. In the void, there was a saying that although there were many stars, there were few worlds. Although the two of them continued to travel and followed the best route, they still encountered some accidents when they flew over the edge of the 4 mountain ranges. They had to change their route and lengthen the distance. As a result, the time was even longer. 1 year. It took them a world year to cross such a long distance. Thinking about it, Chunzong and Wang Kuan were shocked. In the beginning, the two of them flew on their own. After a while, they felt that it was too slow. After using the last of their void coins to buy some mid-level void flaming crystals, they used Wang Kuan's mid-level void flying boat to fly. Even so, it took them a world year. If they flew on their own, the time would probably be several times longer. A world year was enough for them to fly around a high-level star several times. As for the top star, Chunzong was not sure, let alone the superstar and ancient star. In addition, the place where he and Wang Kuan landed was not at the edge of the world year. It was closer to the center of the world year. Otherwise, the time spent would be much longer. In this way, the black and white world year was too big. In the center of the black and white world, there was an extremely tiny, dust-like, lofty, and majestic mountain. The mountain was faintly discernible, as if it existed in this world, but also as if it was drifting outside the world, not entering the void. It was incomparably mysterious. The surroundings of the mountain seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. The fog was very illusory and gave off a mysterious feeling. At the edge of the faintly discernible illusory mountain, there was a huge lake shrouded in fog. The lake world year, the world year. Endless fog shrouded the sea. Amidst the waves, there was a strange feeling, as if there was some kind of terrifying danger and danger hidden within. At this moment, there was a gathering place outside the world year. It was not bustling, but it had all kinds of basic facilities. The gathering place was built temporarily. It was a temporary resting place for those who planned to cross the Heart Sea to the Sacred Heart Mountain. After all, they were waiting for the Heart Sea to enter a stable period before they could cross it. However, it was hard to say when it would enter the stable period. They could only wait patiently. Currently, There were already over 100 people gathered in this messy gathering place. Some of them were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Some of them were in high spirits. Some of them were alone, meditating with their eyes closed. Most of these people were young. There were both men and women. However, there were also a few who looked older. For example, there was a man hiding on a rock in the distance. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He looked a little lonely and had a long saber by his side. At this moment, a golden light bloomed in the distant sky. It seemed to be accompanied by music. The light was like a heavenly flower. It attracted everyone's attention. They were shocked when they looked over. Under the illumination of the sky, full of flowers and golden light, a magnificent golden chariot pulled by 7 tall and strong golden dragon-scaled serpent horses continuously flew through the sky. The wheels were rolling, and there seemed to be a rumbling sound that resounded throughout the world. A few people could be vaguely seen sitting inside the golden carriage with its 2 sides hollowed out. A young man wearing a golden flood dragon robe. Beside him were a few women. They seemed to be flirting with each other. Who is that? Why is it so grand? In the gathering place, there were people who frowned. The golden dragon-scaled flood horses were a rare breed. Their bloodline was noble and their value was shocking. It was impossible for ordinary forces to have them. No, it should be said that only those powerful forces were qualified to have them. To be able to have 7 golden dragon-scale flood horses pull a carriage, that person's identity was terrifying. 7 golden dragon-scaled flood horses pulling the carriage. The decorative patterns on the carriage are also unusual. This person must be a noble of the dynasty. Someone more knowledgeable said, coming from that direction, he must be a member of the royal family of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty. Oh, even a member of the royal family of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty is here. So what? The 3 great dynasties might be strong, but they're nothing compared to the Heavenly Wool Palace. There was a tinge of jealousy in his words. It was obvious that he was envious and jealous, so it turned into a look of disdain. But what he said was the truth. The 3 dynasties were indeed the strongest powers in the black and white world, but even if they were to combine their strengths, they were still far from the Wool Heavenly Palace. Even if the 3 dynasties, 4 sect, and several ancient clans combined, they still couldn't compare to the Wool Heavenly Palace. In the black and white world, only the Wool Heavenly Palace had sovereigns, and more than one at that. The other top forces didn't have any sovereigns. Of course, there was also a huge gap in resources. This was also why so many geniuses wanted to become a disciple of the Wool Heavenly Palace. To have 7 golden dragon-scaled flood horses pulling a carriage with several beauties inside, there is one person from the Imperial Dragon Dynasty who fits the bill. Is it that Hou-Yi-Chin who calls himself the Flower Prince? It should be him. The discussion gradually died down. The golden carriage was getting closer and closer. If they continued talking, the person involved would definitely hear it. It was inappropriate to talk about it in front of others, especially when the other party had a shocking background and was very strong. The 7 golden dragon-scaled flood horses landed, and the golden carriage landed on the side. It didn't enter the gathering place, as if it didn't want to. The person inside the carriage didn't appear either. However, everyone heard a leisurely voice that carried an indescribable sense of superiority. None of them are to my liking. The one who spoke was the self-proclaimed Flower Prince, Hou-Yi-Chin. His tone carried a bit of disdain. Sir, when it comes to looks, who in the world can compare to you? A woman smiled coquettishly as she picked up a purple grape with her slender fingers. Her movements were as gentle as a willow branch, and she put it into Hou-Yi-Chin's mouth. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone was at least at the demigod level, and a small number of them were at the Tao controlling realm. Naturally, they heard it clearly. However, the other party didn't mention any names. Moreover, the other party's identity was indeed not something they could compare to. They could only endure it. It was rumored that the Flower Prince, Hou-Yi-Chin, cared about appearances the most. He would despise anyone or anything that didn't look good. At this moment, a flying boat flew over from afar. That's the void boat, right? Isn't it a little too shabby? The surface of the void boat was covered with tear marks. They were densely packed, and crisscrossed. It was a ghastly sight, as if it had been picked out from a garbage dump. In short, no matter how one looked at it, it was so shabby. What the hell is that? It's polluting my pure eyes. In the carriage, Hoi-chen's face was full of disdain and disdain. After a glance, he hurriedly turned his head away, as if his eyes had really been polluted. The flying boat landed, and two figures stepped out of the flying boat. Everyone took a few glances and didn't find anything special. Moreover, the void boat was too shabby. They didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, some people looked down on it. The people who had arrived were Chun Zong and Wang Kuan. Chun Zong and Wang Kuan glanced at the crowd and didn't pay much attention. After all, if the two of them could come here, so could others. But what surprised Chun Zong was that among the more than 100 people, there were more than a dozen at the spirit conduit and Tao controlling realm. Except for the down-and-out middle-aged man, the rest were all young people. If they were in the void, they would all be geniuses. This is the Heart Sea. It's really strange. Wang Kuan stared at the constantly changing fog in front of him. The feeling of the strange clouds made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Chun Zong didn't answer, but his face was somewhat dignified. He frowned slightly. As he stared, he felt that the strange clouds were changing. There seemed to be something strange inside, but he couldn't explain it clearly. Chun Zong even had an impulse to explore it. If he wanted to explore it, he naturally had to enter it himself. But Chun Zong wasn't sure, not at all. The Heart Sea was difficult to cross. This was also one of the things Chun Zong learned when he searched for information about the Heart Heavenly Palace. Even if a Yuan demon powerhouse entered the Heart Sea that hadn't entered a calm period, he would most likely suffer. However, if it was a disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace, even if he was only at the first revolution of the Tao controlling realm, he could come and go freely in the Heart Sea. So now, he could only wait until the Heart Sea's cycle reached a calm period before he set out. Chapter 2088. The Heart Sea was constantly fluctuating and unpredictable. Chun Zong and Wang Kuan settled down in this gathering place for the time being, waiting for the Heart Sea to calm down before crossing. Time passed slowly, and more people came from afar. Chun Zong was a relatively quiet person. When facing strangers, unless there was a special situation, he would not take the initiative to talk to them. Wang Kuan, on the other hand, was different. He had a warmer personality and was somewhat tactful. Back on the void-flying ship, it was Wang Kuan who took the initiative to talk to Chun Zong to make friends. Therefore, Wang Kuan was very quiet. He quickly struck up a conversation with the others and learned more information before sharing it with Chun Zong. Other than Chun Zong and Wang Kuan, the other people who came were all born and raised in the black and white world. As for those who came from outside the black and white world, there were relatively few. There might not be one in 10 years. Of course, according to the saying, it was better not to come, but sometimes it was better to come. In addition, Wang Kuan also found out the identities of the people present. It had to be said that Wang Kuan was very talented in this aspect. For example, the person who had been staying in the golden carriage and playing with the beauties was a member of the royal family of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty, one of the 3 dynasties. He was the most valued son of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty's esteemed prince, Hoi-chen, who called himself the flower-picking prince. He was dissolute and liked beautiful things the most. He often looked down on ordinary people and things. It was the first time Chun Zong had heard of such a person. He was a little surprised, but he did not pay too much attention to it. As for the others, most of them came from good backgrounds. Only a few came from ordinary backgrounds or were simply itinerant cultivators. For example, the destitute middle-aged man who sat alone on the side was a lone cultivator. He didn't seem to be young, and his cultivation wasn't very high. At least among the people present, he was only at the second rotation of the Tao manipulation realm. As time passed, more people came. There were the younger generation, and there were also elders with Tao manipulation realm cultivation. After all, the test of the Heart Intent Heavenly Palace was not restricted by gender, background, or age. As long as one could pass it, No matter if one was a 3-year-old child or an old man, one would be qualified to become a true disciple of the heart intent heavenly palace. Knowing this, Chunzong was secretly amazed. After all the forces and sect that he had come into contact with before had an age limit for recruiting disciples. Generally, the younger the better. There were even some forces that had to verify their background when recruiting disciples. Only those who had a clean background and had never cultivated any obvious techniques were qualified to become their disciples. Of course, this was done to prevent the spies of other forces from sneaking into the sect and coveting the sect's martial arts, cultivation methods, or other things. In the end, the sect would suffer losses and so on. The younger they were, the more uncertain their temperament was. Even their intelligence was not as good as an adult's, and their worldview had not been completely molded. This way, they could be better nurtured. Loyalty to the sect was more in line with the interests of the sect, and they would contribute to the sect's growth and inheritance. But the test of the heart intent heavenly palace seemed to be doing the opposite. Chunzong guessed that the heart intent heavenly palace must have some mysteries that he did not know of. Otherwise, it would not be so free of restrictions. As for what mysteries there were, he might be able to understand it when he tried it himself. Now, he was meditating while waiting for the heart intent heavenly palace to calm down. Gradually, more than a month had passed, and the number of people in the temporary gathering place increased from more than 100 to more than 300, and it was still increasing. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, there were bursts of violent roars. Everyone looked up and saw dust and smoke billowing. Powerful auras swept out wantonly, as if to destroy and shatter everything. There were people fighting, and it was a battle between experts of the path manipulation realm. They were constantly approaching. The attacks of experts of the path manipulation realm were shocking and destructive. Once a battle broke out, it would be very shocking. However, Chunzong also realized that the black and white world was the original realm. The laws of heaven and earth were extremely perfect and powerful. Correspondingly, the strength of the space was also greatly increased, and the hardness of the rocks and sand was also very shocking. It could be said that if a branch from the black and white world was taken to the Tianyuan sacred realm, no one would be able to destroy it. It could be regarded as a sacred item or a divine item. Therefore, although the battle between the two experts of the path manipulation realm was not small, the damage done to the surroundings was actually very limited. Everyone could also see clearly that the two sides of the battle were a young man in red armor. He had a resolute face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked very masculine, and there was a blazing aura rising around him. It was like the aura of the sun, constantly fluctuating and emitting shocking light and heat. The young man held a halberd in his hand. When the halberd swept through the air, shocking power erupted, as if it could shatter mountains. His opponent was a young man in a blue robe. He looked somewhat feminine and held a thin sword. The sword in his hand was light and tough. When he held the sword in his hand, it was like the wind brushing against a willow tree. It was like a gurgling stream, just the opposite of the young man in red armor. So it's the first disciple of the Scarlet Sun sect, Lai Yangzi, and the first disciple of the Huishui Palace, Ruo Shuijian. The Scarlet Sun sect and the Huishui Palace are old rivals. So are Lai Yangzi and Ruo Shuijian. Once they meet, it will be a fierce battle. But until now, there hasn't been a clear winner. The battle was intense, and they kept coming over. Ruo Shuijian's chi shot out like a gurgling stream. The Lai Yangzi's halberd swept through the air, and every strike seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Lai Yangzi and Ruo Shuijian stopped when they got close to the gathering place. The two snorted coldly and did not say anything. Instead, they dispersed. It could be seen that the two of them had fought many times without a clear winner. Although they would fight every time they met, just like their daily quarrel, they would not go berserk. Chunzong sized them up. Both Lai Yangzi and Ruo Shuijian's cultivation were not weak. They were at the second revolution of the Tao controlling realm. To have such cultivation at such a young age was indeed quite shocking. Of course, in terms of true strength, Chunzong believed that he was better than them. Even if it was 2 against 1, he would still be able to win. Of course, Chunzong would not really attack. After all, there was no enmity between them. It was not worth it. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this time, many more people came. As a result, the number of people had reached more than 500. Among them, there were more than 30 in the Dao controlling realm. Most of them were younger and belonged to the younger generation. A few of them were older and looked middle-aged or elderly. As for the rest, they were all at the demigod realm. With Wang Kuen's help, Chunzong learned about these people's backgrounds and so on. There were only 2 or 3 of them with the best backgrounds. One of them was the playboy Hui Chen. The other was a woman from the He clan, one of the 5 ancient clans. Her face was covered with a white veil, and her figure was light and graceful. The last one was a true disciple from the Gu Dao sect, one of the 4 major sections. At this moment, a large ship appeared in the sea of consciousness that was filled with strange waves and clouds. A ship? Why is there a ship? While everyone was still in shock, the large ship steadily rushed out of the fog and stopped at the edge of the Heart Sea. The scattered light emitted from it repelled the fog. A figure appeared. It was a young man in green. Everyone, I am a true disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace. I have come here to guide those below the imminent deity realm to the Heavenly Palace for the examination. Please come on board, the young man in green said with a smile. His smile was subtle, but it seemed to be magnified in everyone's hearts. All of a sudden, everyone was excited, especially those at the demigod level. They were actually here to try their luck. They had always heard that the Heart Heavenly Palace would show up with a ship, and some people had indeed seen it. They didn't expect that they would be so lucky to encounter it. Soon, hundreds of demigod-level cultivators had boarded the ship. As for everyone, the Heart Sea will return to a calm state in a month. At that time, you can cross the sea on your own. I hope that everyone can successfully cross the sea and climb the mountain to become a true disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace. The green-clothed man glanced at everyone and smiled as he spoke. He immediately turned around, and the extradite boat began to move. It once again disappeared into the fog. Only 30 or so Dao manipulation realm cultivators remained, exchanging glances with each other. Then all of them smiled. In a month, the Heart Sea would return to a calm state. At that time, everyone could cross the sea and climb the mountain. Cross the sea and climb the mountain to become a true disciple of the Heart Heavenly Palace. Chunzong was thinking about the words of the man in green. According to the information he had received, only by overcoming the will of heart could one become a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace, regardless of one's status, gender, age, and so on. However, according to the green-robed man, it was as if he had crossed the sea and climbed a mountain to become a true disciple of the will of heart. This statement was a little different. Of course, it could also be that he was thinking too much. Everything would be clear soon. Waiting without a goal was no doubt torturous, but waiting with a goal was different. It was full of vitality. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time continued to pass, and more people came. On the 15th day, which was half a month, the Heart Sea finally surged violently. The fog surged like a raging tide, attracting everyone's attention. The violent fluctuations were very violent, like a tsunami. It was so shocking that everyone's expression turned grave. Chunzong was sure that if they rashly entered the Heart Sea under such circumstances, they would be in a miserable state. Such an intense situation lasted for about an hour before it began to gradually weaken and disappear. After another hour, it returned to its original state. However, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to weaken and became increasingly calm. The fog also seemed to be becoming increasingly faint. Could it be that the Heart Sea was going to return to a calm state? Everyone's eyes lit up. Some waited for half a year, and some waited for a month or 2. Finally, the Heart Sea returned to a calm state. They could finally cross the sea. Chapter 2089. The Sea of Heart calmed down, and the wind was calm. All the mist seemed to have disappeared. They could clearly see the end of the Sea of Heart. It was a mountain shrouded in endless mist. The mountain was as small as a mustard seed, but it was as majestic as a star, standing for eternity. The Sacred Heart Mountain. The Sacred Heart Heavenly Palace was on that mountain. In other words, the Sacred Heart Mountain represented the Sacred Heart Heavenly Palace. A group of people gazed at it, their eyes blazing. Let's go. The Sacred Heart Heavenly Palace. I'm coming. One by one, they either let out a long howl, smiled faintly, or remained silent. However, all of them took a step forward. Flying, treading on the water, Chunzong took a step forward. The moment he stepped into the Sea of Heart, he immediately felt an inexplicable force appear, directly falling on his body, making him unable to fly. His body fell, his feet treading on the water. The moment his feet stepped on the water, they slightly trembled, creating circles of ripples. He didn't sink into the water. Just like Chunzong, the others also did the same, treading on the water. When their feet landed, layers of ripples constantly spread out. More than 40 Spirit Realm warriors kept moving forward. Some were fast, some were slow. Gradually, the distance between them was widened. For people were in the front. The flower-pinching young master, who was so handsome that even women would be envious of him, wore a flowery robe. His entire body exuded a faintly discernible floral fragrance. His figure was vigorous and lithe, and when his footsteps landed, ripples spread out like blooming flowers. His postures were varied, and he was extremely beautiful. It felt like he was strolling in a field of flowers. There was an indescribable pleasure, as if he was walking in a field of flowers with many beauties. His movements were light, and he wore a smile on his face. He was indeed full of indescribable charm, the charm to women. It was likely that most women would be attracted to him if they saw him like this. They might even be addicted to him. He was indeed worthy of his title as the flower-picking prince. The woman with a white veil on her face from the He clan, one of the 5 great ancient clans, had a light body. When she treaded on the water, there was an indescribable beauty. It was different from the playboy's beauty. That kind of beauty belonged to a woman, and it was like a crane stretching its slender legs to tread on the water. It was extremely light and agile. Looking at it, the woman from He clan was like a fairy-like white crane, graceful and light. The third one was a true disciple of the Gudao sect, one of the 4 great sects. His robe. The fourth person was a tall man. He wore battle armor and looked like a general on the battlefield. As he walked, the sound of wind and thunder surged. It was as if a dragon and a tiger were following him. His aura was extremely shocking. It was as if he had charged on the battlefield without any regrets. He pressed forward courageously, as if he could break through everything. This person was also from the Imperial Dragon Dynasty. He was the son of a general of the Imperial Dragon Dynasty. He was a natural-born general. These 4 people took the lead and continued to move forward, pulling away from the others. They were at the front. The second row gradually became clear. There were a total of 10 people, and the rest were in the third row. Brother Chun, it's time for us to show our strength. Wang Kuan smiled. His aura suddenly shook, and his speed suddenly increased. No matter what, he was a genius in the void. How could he be defeated by the geniuses of the black and white world? Moreover, his cultivation was not inferior to theirs, but was on par with theirs. Yes, the cultivation of the 4 people was at the 3rd transformation of the path manipulation realm. Then let's see what Brother Wang can do. Chunzong smiled at Wang Kuan's back, but he still stayed in the 3rd row. It was not that Chunzong could not be faster, but that there was no need. After crossing the Sea of Heart, they still had to climb a mountain. It was not a big deal to compete for a while. Moreover, Chunzong instinctively felt that the Sea of Heart should not be crossed so easily. This feeling came from the Heart Sword Path. When approaching the Heavenly Palace of Heart, Chunzong felt that his Heart Sword Path seemed to be more active than usual. And when he stepped into the Sea of Heart, this feeling of activity became more obvious. Now, Chunzong was carefully experiencing this feeling. It was very strange. It was as if the Heart Sword Path had been awakened from a deep sleep. Of course, the Heart Sword Path was not asleep before. It was just a metaphor to describe the state of the Heart Sword Path. Not long after, Wang Kuan crossed the second row and stepped into the first row, moving forward side by side with the four people. Where there were people, there was competition. Seeing Wang Kuan rush up, the four people did not say anything, but secretly encouraged him and slowly increased their speed. At this time, something strange happened. When the Petal Pluck Prince's foot landed on the ground, ripples spread out like a blooming flower. An illusory figure seemed to spread out from the ripples and entered the Petal Pluck Prince's body in an instant. In that instant, the charming smile on the flower-pinching prince's face froze and became somewhat stiff. Then, it became somewhat strange, as if he was having a strange dream. His speed suddenly decreased, and his footsteps became crooked. The flower-plucking prince was not alone. The others were the same. Their expressions became strange, as if they were in a strange dream. Some of them were even laughing so hard that they were drooling. Not only did their expressions become strange, but they also slowed down and their footsteps became crooked. However, Chunzong also noticed that although a few of them had strange expressions, they would occasionally frown as if they were resisting something. At the same time, Chunzong also felt that something seemed to be spreading out from under his feet and entering his mind. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a strange shadow that had entered Chunzong's mind and stirred it. It seemed to want to magnify something in Chunzong's heart without limit or pull him into some strange illusion. The others were basically affected, but Chunzong was not. This was because when the strange shadow entered Chunzong's mind and prepared to stir up trouble, it was unable to shake Chunzong's mind. It only caused a slight ripple. These ripples caused Chunzong to see faint traces of illusions, but it was not affected. In a palace on the sacred mountain, there were 3 people. In front of them was a round mirror that clearly showed a group of people crossing the sacred sea. I don't know if anyone can cross the sacred mountain and enter our heavenly palace this time. One of the 3 laughed. I think at least half of them will fall into the water. The second person looked calm and confident. Once they fell into the water, they naturally failed to cross the sacred sea and had no chance to enter the heavenly palace. The Heart Realm, the Heart Realm. Everyone knows that those who pass the Heart Realm test can become true disciples of our heavenly palace, but they don't know that when they step into the sacred sea, they're already undergoing the Heart Realm test. The third person said slowly, if those people heard this, they would be very surprised. It turned out that the sacred sea was part of the Heart Realm test. We didn't know it at that time. We didn't understand it until we passed the Heart Realm test. Senior brothers, look. That person is not confused by the ghost of the sacred sea. One of them pointed to Chunzong in the round mirror. The 3 people suddenly stared with their eyes wide open, their faces full of surprise. That's impossible. The ghost of the sacred sea can stimulate the smallest desires in the heart and magnify them infinitely. No matter how strong a person's heart realm is, they will still be affected. The 3 of them continued to observe. Gradually, they became more and more certain that this person wasn't affected by the ghost of the sacred sea. Who was this person? How could he be immune to the ghost of the sacred sea? This was no small matter. As true disciples of the heavenly palace, the 3 of them had the responsibility to consider everything for the heavenly palace. Without hesitation, they summoned the elder. In less than 3 breaths of time, a figure appeared out of thin air and appeared in the middle of the palace. The 3 true disciples hurriedly reported. This elder looked like a middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed, and his pupils seemed to turn. There seemed to be a layer of divine light brewing within them, as if he could see through all mysteries. After a dozen breaths of time, the divine light in the middle-aged man's eyes disappeared. This person isn't immune to the ghost of the sacred sea, but his heart realm is extremely strong. The ghost of the sacred sea can't confuse him. The middle-aged man said with interest, for someone who wasn't a disciple of the heavenly palace to have such a strong heart realm, it was truly shocking. Of course, there was nothing strange about it. After all, some people were born with a strong heart realm, while others were born with a strong heart realm through fortuitous encounters. There were also some who had treasures that could protect their heart realm. Of course, treasures that could protect one's heart realm were extremely rare. If one had one, it would be a stroke of luck. However, based on the elder's observation, he could tell that this person had a strong heart realm, but he couldn't tell if it was innate or acquired. But then again, those with a strong heart realm were the most suited to cultivate the heritage of the Heavenly Palace. "Watch carefully," the middle-aged man said. Then his figure faded and disappeared. "Looks like we'll have another junior brother soon," one of the three true disciples said with a chuckle. "Uh-huh. We can't be sure about that yet." The other true disciple laughed. In the Heavenly Palace, the way of addressing one another wasn't based on the order in which one entered the sect. Instead, it was based on one's strength. Even if one entered the sect late, as long as one was strong enough, one would be able to become a senior brother. Let's wait and see. There's an 80% to 90% chance that this person will become our junior brother. As for the others, I think this one, and that one have a good chance. Those who were pointed out were 4 or 5 of them. As for the others, it meant that they didn't have high hopes for them. How difficult was it to become a disciple of the Heavenly Palace? This was especially so when one had to challenge the heart realm. It was even more difficult than becoming a true disciple. Those who were favored only had a slight chance of passing the will of heart test and becoming a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. It wasn't a certainty. In other words, there was a high chance that they would fail to obtain the heritage of the Heavenly Palace of Will. Chapter 2090. He had to rely on himself to cross the Heart Sea. Outsiders couldn't interfere, help, or harm him. When Shinzong passed by Wang Kuan, he saw a strange expression on Wang Kuan's face. Wang Kuan was smiling brilliantly, as though he had achieved his greatest wish. It seemed like Wang Kuan had been invaded by that strange figure. Some desire in his heart had been magnified without limit, causing him to fall into an illusion and be unable to extricate himself. Someone fell into the water with a splash. The moment he fell into the water, he immediately woke up and realized that he was being pushed by a force. The ripples were pushing him toward the sea. He couldn't resist it at all. He had failed. He had no fate with the Sky Palace this time. Of course, there was no limit to the number of times he could cross the Heart Sea. If he was confident, he could cross the Heart Sea again in the future. As for this time, that was it. Although Qinzong felt a little out of place compared to the others, and that he shouldn't be so calm, he didn't think too much about it. He stepped forward and soon left the others behind. The Heart Sea wasn't very big. It was only because of the invasion of the Heart Ghost that the person crossing the Heart Sea would be affected and become infinitely long. However, Qinzong's mind was extremely tough. The invasion of the Heart Sea Ghost did not have any effect at all. At most, it would only cause some faint ripples. It cannot be said to have any effect. This was also helpless. Qinzong had cultivated the Heart Change Technique and the Heart Sutra. He had also grasped the Great Path Heart Sword, Tao, transformed from the Supreme Heart Sword intent. The strength of his mind was astonishing. Perhaps it wasn't as strong as the Yuan Underworld stage in terms of quantity, but it was stronger than many Yuan Underworld stage powerhouses in terms of tenacity. Qinzong's mind wouldn't be able to withstand the turbulent Heart Sea, but couldn't do anything to Qinzong in a calm Heart Sea. Before long, Qinzong reached the end of the Heart Sea. With a single step, he reached the Sacred Heart Mountain. The mountain seemed to be directly standing in the middle of the Heart Sea. From afar, the mountain didn't seem very tall. However, when Qinzong stepped in, he discovered that the mountain was infinitely tall, as if it was pointing to the sky. Crossing the Heart Sea and ascending the Sacred Heart Mountain, Qinzong had already taken the lead and started climbing the Divine Mountain. The mountain seemed to be infinitely high, but Qinzong knew that it wasn't really that high. It was just a feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. It was also because of the Heart Sword Tao that he had such an understanding. Standing at the foot of the sacred mountain, a wonderful feeling lingered in Qinzong's mind. Inside the palace on Mind Spirit Mountain, Chunzong's body was directly illuminated by the round mirror. As for the others who were still in Mind Sea, they were ignored. Why isn't he moving? I'm not sure. Let's keep watching. The three true disciples observed. Usually, after crossing the sea of consciousness, those who stepped on a mountain would not stand still. Instead, they would start to climb the mountain. However, if they kept climbing, they would realize that they could not reach the peak no matter how hard they tried. It was as if there was really no end. Only after becoming a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace would one be able to comprehend the mysteries behind it. However, now that Chunzong had stepped onto the Divine Mountain, he did not move at all. This situation was very rare. I seem to have a little impression. It seems that there was a similar record in our Heavenly Palace. One of the true disciples said after thinking hard, but for a moment, he could not explain it. Chunzong's figure did not move. It was as if he had taken root on the ground, but his heart was in turmoil. In the dark, Chunzong seemed to see an infinitely high mountain lying in front of him that he could not climb. Immediately, a mighty heavenly sound rang out. It seemed to come from the ninth heaven, or from the peak of the Divine Mountain, or from the deepest part of his heart. A world is divided into black and white. There is good and evil in one's heart. Heaven and earth are righteous. Evil is awe-inspiring. Good and evil are chaotic. Since ancient times, good and evil have always been incompatible. That sound seemed to be boundless and grand, but also ancient and deep. It contained an indescribable Tao rhyme that seemed to reach the deepest part of one's heart and shake one's mind. It was like a kind of Tao song. The rhythm of the Tao rhyme fluctuated endlessly. Chunzong's whole person seemed to be integrated into it. At the same time, in the Sea of Heart, there were people falling into the water. Crossing the Sea of Heart to ascend the Divine Mountain, to pass the test of heart, was considered an unusual way to become a true disciple. The difficulty was naturally frightening. Well, Heavenly Palace was the holy land of the black and white world. In the entire void, it was also an extremely powerful existence. It was naturally not easy to become a true disciple. Even those who entered Will Heavenly Palace to cultivate from a young age might not be able to smoothly pass the test to become a true disciple. For generations, the test of heart will have been attempted by many people, but those who could really pass it were few and far between. This time, it was likely to be the same. Falling into the water. One by one, they fell into the water. Less than half of them were left. These people, on one hand, had strange smiles on their faces, as if they had achieved some kind of wish. On the other hand, they would frown from time to time, as if resisting the invasion of the ghost in the Sea of Heart. But the prodigy's minds were not weak. They were more resilient than most cultivators. But the invasion of the ghost in the Sea of Heart was also very shocking. It was very, very difficult to resist. One could only resist slowly and strive to regain consciousness and continue to move forward. As long as one could cross the Sea of Heart and ascend the Divine Mountain, one would naturally be free from the invasion of the ghost in the Sea of Heart and regain consciousness. Of course, after ascending the Divine Mountain, there was another test. Of course, one had to cross the Sea of Heart first before one was qualified to consider ascending the Divine Mountain. At this moment, Chunzong was undergoing the test of the Divine Mountain. The world was divided into black and white. There was good and evil in one's heart. The ancient heavenly sound slowly rang out, constantly entering Chunzong's ears. For a moment, Chunzong fell into a kind of confusion. Good and evil. How to determine? This was like a kind of interrogation, an interrogation of one's heart. Even though Chunzong's mind was strong, for a moment, he fell into the state of being interrogated. Therefore, his body was motionless. A strong mind. Although I don't know if it's innate or acquired, but it's a good seedling. Somewhere in the Divine Mountain, the middle-aged elder from before was looking at Chunzong through a round light mirror. A faint smile appeared on his face. The normal test of the Divine Mountain was not like this. Naturally, he had increased the difficulty. After all, this was a good seedling with a strong mind. A normal test would not be difficult for him. Naturally, He had to increase the difficulty. If he could pass this test, it would be better. It was also because of this that Chunzong did not ascend the divine mountain. Instead, he remained motionless and fell into the interrogation. The interrogation of good and evil. The interrogation of the heart. What was good and evil? Since ancient times, there had been a conclusion. It seemed very clear. However, if one looked deeper, the boundaries seemed to become blurred. Good and evil were not absolute, but relative. Everything had two sides, the good and the evil. It all depended on which side was revealed. Another point was that good and evil were also related to the outside world. When one's actions were in the interest of some people, they would think that one was good. However, if one's actions were harmful to their interests, they would naturally think that one was evil. As a result, the boundary between good and evil became even more blurred. Good and evil. A hint of confusion appeared in Chunzong's eyes. Those who were saved by him would say that he was good. However, those who were killed by him would think that he was evil. Then, how was good and evil defined? If my heart is good, then I am good. If my heart is evil, then I am evil. Good and evil exist in my heart, and they are in my mind. A kind of enlightenment and a kind of firmness suddenly rose in Chunzong's heart. Good and evil had always been on opposite sides. However, they were not so clearly opposite. They were relative. It depended on the words of others and the position of the matter. However, Chunzong believed that those were secondary and were all empty. The real good and evil lay in one's heart. If I think it's right, then it's right. Even if I'm condemned by everyone, it's right. If I think it's wrong, then it's wrong. Even if everyone says it's right, it's wrong. This was bigotry, firmness, and cognition. In an instant, his mind was like a sword. As the sword light overflowed, it cut through all the confusion and confusion. Good and evil, in my heart, I will do it according to my heart. So what if it's good or evil? Chunzong smiled and took a step forward. It was as if the end of the world was close at hand. When Chunzong focused his mind, he found that he was already standing on the top of the mountain. There was a continuous palace at the top of the mountain. It seemed to be located on the top of the mountain, but also seemed to be floating on the top of the mountain. It was very mysterious. It was like a reflection, but it was also reflected in the sky. It was the first time that Chunzong had seen such a strange scene. In the beginning, Chunzong's mind once traveled in the void and entered the heavenly palace in the black and white world. He experienced the first few changes of the change of will, but at that time, it was too fast and his mind was not strong enough. Therefore, he did not see it clearly. While Chunzong was secretly amazed, the three true disciples of the heavenly palace who were observing him were all dumbfounded. In one breath, he was still standing at the foot of the mountain. In the next breath, he suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain as if he had teleported. It was as if that step had directly crossed time and space, and the end of the world was close at hand. As far as they knew, ascending the godly mountain was naturally climbing up step by step from the foot of the mountain. The divine mountain seemed to be boundless and tall, but in fact, it was not. It also had an end. Climbing to the top of the mountain was naturally equivalent to passing the test of the divine mountain. However, it was the first time that they had seen it like this. It was no wonder that the three of them were so shocked. In the Sea of Will, more people had fallen into the water. Now, there were only 8 people who were still slowly walking forward. Sometimes, there was a strange smile on their faces, and sometimes there was a frown as they resisted the invasion of the Sea of Will. Of these 8, 2 had fallen into the water and failed. However, the other 6 had crossed the Sea of Will and climbed the divine mountain. These 6 people were the flower-pinching Prince Hoi Chen, the women of the He clan of the 5 ancient families, the true disciples of the Gudao sect of the 4 great sects, the young man with a natural general star, Wang Kun, who came with Chunzong, and the inconspicuous middle-aged man who carried a saber. More than 40 spirit realm experts, including Chunzong. Only 7 of them had crossed the Sea of Will and climbed the divine mountain. The test of the Sea of Will was extremely difficult. The difficulty of the Divine Mountain's test was not less than crossing the Sea of Will. Therefore, whether these 6 people could successfully reach the top of the Divine Mountain was still unknown. The possibility was very low. Chapter 2091. The passage was dark, dark and silent. It was as if his 5 senses were blocked. His eyes couldn't see, his ears couldn't hear, and his nose couldn't smell. However, Chunzong didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort because he had a strong perception. It was a kind of hazy feeling that seemed to originate from the heart. In the haze, there seemed to be a blurry figure condensing in front of him, holding a sword and a saber. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, feeling that he couldn't be touched. He hurriedly dodged. 1 sword, 2 sword, 3 sword. Moving forward, it was as if he was walking on an endless path. From time to time, there would be figures coming at him. Chunzong relied on his perception to evade them one by one. When he dodged the 9th figure's attack, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chunzong appeared in a large hall. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man in black clothes looking at him with a smile. Not bad, not bad, as expected of someone with a strong mind. The middle-aged man clapped his hands in admiration. Chunzong couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura from the man. Was he an ordinary person? No, he couldn't be an ordinary person if he could be here. Even though Chunzong did not sense the slightest ripple of aura, the wondrous feeling that came from the heart sword allowed him to know that he was not a match for this person. He was not a match for this person at all. If this man wanted to kill him, 1 move would be enough. Chunzong greets Senior. Chunzong saluted with his sword. My surname is Ma. You can call me Elder Ma. From today onwards, you are a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. Elder Ma smiled. Chunzong was stunned. He was a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace? It didn't seem as difficult as the rumors said. On the contrary, it seemed very simple. It was just crossing the sea of consciousness, a simple step into the Divine Mountain, and then going through a trial of good and evil. In the end, his heart was the most important. After that, there was a pitch-black passage that sealed off his 5 senses, and he walked through it. Didn't they say that he had to pass the heart-intent realm? Suddenly, Chunzong recalled the words of the man in black robes. Only by crossing the sea and climbing the mountain could one become a true disciple. Could this be the so-called heart-intent realm? Elder Ma seemed to see through Chunzong's doubts. He smiled, but didn't explain much. It was true that Chunzong had passed the trial of heart intent, but strictly speaking, he still couldn't be considered a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace. Chunzong had many questions, but he didn't know where to start. Time, and Wang's TSS. Elder Ma, I wonder if Wang Kun, who came with me, has passed the heart sea? Since he had thought of it, Chunzong hurriedly asked. Elder Ma smiled when he heard this. Suddenly, he gently drew a circle in the air with his finger. The light in the circle rippled like water, directly reflecting a vivid scene. Wang Kun was climbing the Divine Mountain. Other than Wang Kun, there were a few others. Why don't you take a look and see which of these people can ascend the sacred mountain? Elder Ma seemed to be testing Chunzong as he spoke with a smile that was neither fast nor slow. Chunzong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he observed carefully. There seemed to be nothing unusual about these people. They looked calm as they continued to climb the mountain. Chunzong couldn't see the mystery behind it, because Chunzong could clearly feel that he didn't move at all. It wasn't until the end, when he understood how to control good and evil, that he took a step forward and reached the top. He was different from these people. Why was he different? Chunzong couldn't help but look at Elder Ma. However, Elder Ma still had a calm expression on his face. I can't see it. Chunzong shook his head after watching for a while. It was his first time facing such a thing. He had no confidence at all. The Sacred Heart Mountain was too profound and had exceeded the range of his perception. But the chances are very small. Chunzong said again. It was a feeling. Chunzong wasn't sure if it was accurate. At most, there won't be more than one person. Elder Ma was inwardly amazed. Was this the profoundness of a person with a strong mental state? It was similar to his judgment. Time passed. Hui-Chin stopped halfway up the mountain and couldn't take another step. Then, the disciples of the Gu Dao sect also stopped halfway up the mountain. They were only a few steps higher than Hui-Chin. Then, Wang Kuan also stopped. Then, the middle-aged man with the saber stopped. Only then did the heavenly general stars stop. Only the woman of the He clan of the 5 ancient clans continued to move forward. Could it be that this person had hope of reaching the top? But not long after, the woman of the He clan also stopped. At this time, the middle-aged man who had stopped moved forward again. Although his steps were unsteady, he slowly climbed up step by step. There was an indescribable determination. Qinzong was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what kind of test they faced, to be able to climb the mountain again after stopping, it was definitely not ordinary. He couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man in a higher light. "I remember this person," Elder Ma said with a smile. "This is his 3rd time here." Qinzong's heart trembled. He noticed Elder Ma's words. Heart realm. In other words, his guess was correct. Crossing the heart sea to reach the divine mountain was for the heart realm. Another point was that this was his 3rd time here. He was really tenacious. However, if he could pass the heart realm, he could become a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. It was very attractive. Perseverance and willpower. The first time, he fell into the heart sea. The second time, he crossed the heart sea, but stopped at the foot of the divine mountain. This is the 3rd time. I don't know if he can reach the top. Elder Ma's tone was not very concerned. It didn't matter to him. Also, it was not so easy to enter the Heavenly Palace. Every time the heart sea entered a period of calm, there would be some path manipulation realm cultivators who came to try. There were at least a dozen, and at most hundreds. This time, there were more than 40, which was not a lot. But every time ended in failure. There were very few cases where one person crossed the heart sea and reached the top. The best result was when 3 people in the same batch succeeded. But since ancient times, there were only a few cases. But this time, there was at least one person who succeeded, and it was someone with a strong mind. Just one person was enough to beat several people. Elder Ma, who had personally increased the difficulty of the tests, knew very well how strong one's mind was to be able to pass those tests. Few people in the path manipulation realm could compare. One had to know that even most of the true disciples of the Heavenly Palace might not be able to pass the tests in such a short time. But this person did it, and he obviously hadn't really learned the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace. Once he did, his mind would definitely be stronger. Thinking of the inheritance, Elder Ma rubbed his chin and stared at Qinzong. "Elder Ma, do you have any advice for me?" Qinzong couldn't help but ask. "Have you ever learned the methods of the Heavenly Palace?" Elder Ma suddenly thought of this. Because the people of the Heavenly Palace would go out to train, traveling the black and white world, and even the void. It was normal and not surprising that they would leave some basic inheritance. If someone got it and cultivated it successfully, it would indeed strengthen their mind. Although the people of the Heavenly Palace left a lot of inheritance outside, there were still many people who could get it. And after getting it, there were even fewer people who could cultivate it. In the end, even if they did, they might not be able to come to the Heavenly Palace. In the black and white world, the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace was extremely rare. There were more in the void outside, but it was not easy to reach the black and white world. Just the 3 levels of heavenly lightning, heavenly fire, and heavenly wind were enough to stop countless people. With all these factors combined, there were very few people who could get the basic inheritance of the Heavenly Palace and be lucky enough to come here and pass the test. Since ancient times, there were no more than 10. Well, if this young man had gotten the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace, then he would be the 10th. I did get the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace. Qinzong didn't have any intention of hiding it. His answer made Elder Ma's eyes light up. "What kind of inheritance did you get?" Elder Ma's tone was a little faster. "I was lucky to get the first few transformations of the change of will and the One Heart Sutra of the One Heart True Lord. Chunzong answered truthfully. Elder Ma immediately stood up and carefully sized up Chunzong. He had a look of admiration on his face. It's expected that you got the first few transformations of the change of will, but you're really lucky to get the One Heart True Lord's One Heart Sutra. Elder Ma's tone was much more serious. One Heart True Lord. Chunzong was slightly stunned. In the memory of Sword Master Daunting, the imminent spirit realm was divided into 5 levels, with the Tao manipulation realm being the lowest. Cultivators of the Path manipulation realm had always been addressed as Master, which was like a form of address. Cultivators of the Yuan underworld realm were called Sage. The 3rd level of the imminent spirit realm above the Yuan underworld realm was called True Lord. One Heart True Lord was a powerhouse of that level. The 4th level of the imminent spirit realm was called Tao Lord. The 5th level of the imminent spirit realm was called Tao Lord. Tao Lord had another name, which was Ruler. It seemed that the One Heart True Lord, who had left the One Heart Sutra inheritance in the Tianyuan sacred region, had broken through to the 4th level of the imminent spirit realm and become a Tao Lord. Chunzong also keenly noticed that Elder Ma's tone was respectful when he called the One Heart True Lord. In other words, Elder Ma was not as good as the One Heart True Lord. It's a coincidence. Chunzong smiled. It was indeed a great opportunity. If the Purgatory Ghost race had not invaded the Tianyuan sacred region and awakened the slumbering realm will, and if he had not been outstanding enough to make the realm will take the initiative to make a deal with him, he would not have been able to get the One Heart Sutra inheritance. If he had not gotten the One Heart Sutra inheritance, he might not have been able to reach this step. Thus, fate was just like this, indescribably wonderful. Since you've gotten the One Heart True Lord's One Heart Sutra inheritance, I'll send you to the One Heart True Lord's sect later, Elder Ma said after a few moments of silence. He had originally intended to take Chunzong as a disciple. After all, a person with a strong mind had great potential to be nurtured. It would be greatly beneficial to him to take him in. Chapter 2092. Little Rice Dumpling finally found a master. Wang Kuan failed and stopped at the Sacred Heart Mountain, unable to reach the Heavenly Will Palace. At Chunzong's request, Elder Ma brought Wang Kuan to meet with Chunzong. Congratulations, Brother Chun. Wang Kuan congratulated Chunzong after knowing that he had passed the Sacred Mountain and had a chance to become a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace. Unfortunately, he failed to reach the Sacred Mountain and had no fate with the Heavenly Will Palace. Chunzong didn't know what to say. Brother Chun, there's no need to worry. Since I'm here, I'm prepared to fail. Wang Kuan smiled. Besides, the Heavenly Will Palace doesn't forbid repeated attempts. Even if I fail this time, I'll try again until I succeed. One had to admit that Wang Kuan had a strong will in his heart. That was good too. I hope you can succeed next time. Chunzong smiled. Thank you. Wang Kuan smiled and left. Those who weren't from the Heavenly Will Palace had to stay. Wang Kuan didn't go far. His goal was to join the Heavenly Will Palace and become a true disciple. Although he failed, there was still a chance. Thus, Wang Kuan began to explore the black and white world. Due to the circulation of the Heart's Sea, although the pattern was not fixed, at least after a period of calm, there would not be a second period of calm in a short period of time. During this period of time, Wang Kuan would not wait outside the Heart's Sea. Even if he waited, he would not be able to ascend the sacred mountain. Only by traveling the world, sharpening one's Tao heart, strengthening one's body and mind would there be hope. Other than Chunzong, there was another person who succeeded. It was the middle-aged man with the saber. Although it was difficult, he still managed to reach the top. Trying 3 times is not bad. You can be a reserved true disciple. Whether you can become a true disciple or not depends on your future performance. Elder Ma smiled. Chunzong heard it too. Reserved true disciple. It seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Now, I'll take you to see the Heart Tao Sovereign. Elder Ma smiled. With a wave of his hand, it was as if heaven and earth had been swapped. Chunzong felt as if his vision had been plunged into darkness, but at the same time, he felt as if he had suddenly seen light. This was in front of another palace. Elder Ma Shu Wen of the Outer Palace greets the Heart Holy Woman. I have something to report. Elder Ma stood in front of the palace and bowed. However, not a single sound came from within the palace. Come in. After a long while, a faintly discernible voice sounded directly in Elder Ma's heart. However, Chunzong was completely unaware of it. Let's go, Elder Ma said to Chunzong immediately. Following Elder Ma, Chunzong also walked into the palace. A unique aura spread out, as if it went straight into the depths of Chunzong's heart. The Heart Sutra started to run on its own without his control. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if he had become one with the aura of the palace. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear some surprised voices, which instantly woke him up. Elder Ma, is this Junior? Although he did not see the person, he heard the voice first. The voice seemed to be drifting, but also extremely condensed. It went straight to the heart. My lord, this Junior is Chunzong. He has just crossed the Heart Sea. The ghost in the Heart Sea could not do anything to him. He has also gone through the Divine Mountain's interrogation and the Lightless Path. He is a new successor disciple. Elder Ma replied respectfully. There is a lot of information in it, which made Chunzong ponder carefully. Crossing the Heart Sea, Divine Mountain's interrogation, Lightless Path. It seemed that apart from crossing the Heart Sea, the down-and-out middle-aged man was different from him. However, Elder Ma also said that the down-and-out middle-aged man was a reserved successor disciple, while he was a new successor disciple. A person who was born with a strong mind. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking. Replying to the Tao Sovereign, it's hard to say whether or not he was born with a strong will. However, he did receive the first few transformations of our Heavenly Will Palace, as well as the inheritance of the Tao Sovereign's One Heart Sutra. As soon as Elder Ma finished speaking, a figure appeared before the two of them. This person was dressed in a loose black and silver robe. He did not look like an old man, but looked to be in his 40s. His expression was calm, and under the loose black and silver robe, his body did not seem to exist. It was very strange. The moment this person appeared, a glint flashed across his eyes on his indifferent face. Soon after, a crack opened between his brows and a ray of golden light shot out. That golden light instantly swept past Chunzong. Chunzong felt as if he was seen through, and the speed of the One Heart Mantra increased. There is indeed the One Heart Mantra and the Heart In Treasure Robe. The vertical crack between the eyebrows of the One Heart Holy Man closed, and his tone was neither fast nor slow. Many years ago, I once traveled the void and left behind a few inheritances. Since you were able to receive them, it can be said that you are fated with me. But where did you receive them? The One Heart Holy Man's words made Chunzong's heart skip a beat. Previously, he thought of coming to the Heavenly Palace of Will first, and then looking for the Tianyuan Sacred Region, which was also the Lingwu Sacred World. He thought of all kinds of possibilities, and even thought of looking for the Void Temple. But now he thought of one thing. Since the One Heart Holy Man, who was now the One Heart Holy Man, had left the One Heart Mantra in the Tianyuan Sacred Region, he must have been to the Tianyuan Sacred Region, which was also known as the Lingwu Sacred World. If that was the case, if he wanted to go back, he could ask the One Heart Holy Man for help. In reply to the One Heart Holy Man, I came from the Lingwu Sacred World. Chunzong replied honestly as he stared at the One Heart Holy Man to see his reaction. The Lingwu Sacred World. The One Heart Holy Man frowned when he heard this, as if he was deep in thought. After all, he had lived for many years, experienced many things, and traveled to many places in the void. His memory was too vast. If it was something that left a deep impression on him, or something that happened recently, he could easily recall it. However, if it was something that happened a long time ago, or something that was not particularly important, he had to think about it first. This was a very normal thing to do, especially for cultivators who had lived for a long time and experienced more things. Chunzong was not in a hurry, and Elder Ma stood by the side without saying anything. After a while, The one-heart holy man relaxed his brows and said, "The Lingwu's sacred world. I have some impression of it. It is only a secondary world and has some potential. I once cultivated in that world for a few years and gained some enlightenment. Hence, I left behind the one-heart mantra and a heart seal robe as a reward." As he said, the one-heart holy man looked at Chunzong again and smiled. "I did not expect that someone in that world could obtain the opportunity inheritance that I left behind and cultivated successfully, stepped into the void, and came to the black and white world. You really have a great affinity with the heavenly palace of will." The one-heart mantra is a skill that I created after comprehending the 33 levels of will. It can be considered as a unique skill of my lineage. The one-heart holy man stared at Chunzong, and his gaze was solemn and serious. "Since you can obtain the one-heart mantra and cultivate it successfully and come before me, you have a great affinity with me." He paused for a moment. "I would like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" The one-heart holy man said at last. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, and Elder Ma was slightly shocked. Perhaps this new disciple Chunzong did not know the name of the one-heart holy man, but he was very clear about it. To be valued by the one-heart holy man and to take the initiative to take him as his disciple, what an honor. If it were him, he would immediately take him as his master without hesitation. Now that he saw that Chunzong was not moving and seemed to be thinking, he was very angry and anxious. However, he could not make the decision for Chunzong. The cultivation of the heavenly palace of will depended on one's heart, and it depended on fate. If he refused, it would mean that Chunzong was not fated to be the one-heart holy man Chunzong was thinking. Taking a master was not a child's play. Since he started cultivating, he had received guidance from some people, and there were some who wanted to take him as their disciple. Some of them had good intentions, and some of them had bad intentions. He had also taken others as his master. When Chunzong had received the inheritance of the change of will, a thought had been born in the depths of his heart, a thought that had been hidden in the depths of his heart. That was to enter the will heavenly palace and take the master of the will heavenly palace as his master. After that, he received the one-heart mantra inheritance, and now he was facing the creator of the one-heart holy man. It was indeed fate to take him as his disciple. Chunzong found that there was no resistance in his heart. On the contrary, there was a feeling of anticipation. Disciple Chunzong pays his respects to master. In an instant, everything became clear. Chunzong did not hesitate and bowed down directly. "Congratulations, holy man, for taking in a good disciple." Elder Ma quickly smiled. "Rise. You are now the 5th true disciple of the one-heart holy man." The wholehearted holy man's face was also full of smiles, as if he was overjoyed. His wide sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. "My heavenly palace has a rule. After becoming a successor disciple, you have to go out and experience the world. You can only be bestowed with a title when you return." Chunzong nodded. He did not know what a title was. After all, he had just joined the will heavenly palace. You have just joined the will heavenly palace, so you don't know much about the heavenly palace. But don't worry, there are not many rules here. You will understand soon. The one-heart holy man smiled. "Holy man, young friend, I will take my leave first." Elder Ma was tactful. Since he had already taken Chunzong as his master, the rest of the time belonged to the master and disciple. It was not appropriate for him to stay any longer. Chunzong bowed to Elder Ma, and the latter left. Only Chunzong and the one-heart holy man were left in the palace. "Disciple, follow me." The single-hearted holy man waved his wide sleeves and swept up Chunzong. In an instant, he appeared at the peak of a mountain in the next breath. Looking down, there was only a vast sea of clouds. There was nothing else. Chunzong was very surprised and found it hard to understand. Could this be the peak of the divine heart mountain? But he felt that it was not. It was strange. "Sit." The one-heart holy man pointed, and a futon appeared on the peak. Sometimes, what you see may not be the truth. The one-heart holy man seemed to note Chunzong's surprise and said with a smile. He did not have the cold look he had when they first met. Shenzong did not know what to say. He realized that after coming to the Heavenly Palace, there were many things that he could not see through. It was as if his heart was covered by a layer of fog, but he did not have a bad feeling. Chapter 2093. Let me tell you the secret of this cultivation art. The Heavenly Palace was unparalleled. To the outside world, becoming a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single bound. However, it wasn't as simple as the outside world thought. There were actually differences between the so-called true inheritances. Preparatory true disciples. True disciples. Titled True Disciples. There were 3 levels. In order to become a true disciple, one had to achieve the goals set by the Heavenly Palace within a set period of time. As for becoming a titled true disciple, it wasn't easy either. The difficulty was even higher. Since he was accepted as a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, he would naturally tell Chunzong all sorts of information about the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was a collective name. It was located on the Heavenly Mountain. The Heavenly Mountain was extremely mysterious. It existed in this world, but also in the void. It was as small as a mustard seed, but also as small as a world of its own. The palace that Chunzong saw floating on top of the mountain was also an illusion. In short, the Heavenly Palace was beyond imagination. With Chunzong's current realm and cultivation, he couldn't see through it. The current Heavenly Palace was divided into 5 palaces. Palace, Heartchin Palace, Heartju Palace, Heart-Burning Palace, and Heart Palace. Palace, Heartchin Palace, and Heartju Palace were the first 3 palaces of the Heavenly Palace. Of course, the oldest one was the foundation of the Heavenly Palace. As for Heartchin Palace and Heartju Palace, they were established after the Heavenly Palace. As for Heart-Burning Palace and Heart Palace, they were established after the Heavenly Palace. Of the 5 palaces, Heart Palace was established the shortest. To be able to establish a new palace within the Heavenly Palace was no small matter. After all, the Heavenly Palace had existed for countless years and had given birth to many experts. However, up until now, there were only 5 palaces. The foundation of the Heavenly Palace was the 33 layered heavens. Any disciple of the Heavenly Palace was qualified to cultivate the 33 layered heavens. According to the Heart Holy Man, the 33 layered heavens was the foundation, or rather, the main cultivation art of the Heavenly Palace. Only after reaching a certain level of mastery in the one be able to cultivate the other cultivation arts of the Heavenly Palace. As for the cultivation techniques of the other 4 palaces, they were all self-created with the Heart 33 heavens as the foundation. Only with the Heart 33 heavens as the foundation could they display their might. Gradually, Chunzong also learned from some information that those who could create meridians, establish Tao, and open palaces were extraordinary. It was no wonder that Elder Ma looked so envious when Xian Tao Master proposed to accept him as a disciple. Of course, Chunzong still didn't fully understand the mystery, and wholehearted Tao Master wouldn't say too much. He just told Chunzong the basic situation that he should know. Most of the true disciples were temporarily listed under the Palace of Will, but they were not considered true disciples of the Palace of Will. Only those with titles were qualified to become true disciples of the Palace of Will. Of course, if those disciples were chosen by the other 4 palaces and were willing, they could also become true disciples. It was a pity that the cultivation techniques of the other 4 palaces were much more difficult than the Heart 33 heavens. If they couldn't cultivate it, they wouldn't be able to enter the other 4 palaces. In the Heart Peace Palace, other than the Palace Master, Xian Tao Master, there weren't any elders or protectors. There were only 5 true disciples, and one of them was Chunzong. Xian Tao Master brought Chunzong into a secret palace in the depths of the Heart Peace Palace. There was nothing else in the secret palace other than 5 lamps that were burning. One of the lights was at the top, and the second row had 4 lights. This is the heart light. Exin Tao Master smiled and said, every true disciple of the heavenly palace has to light up a heart light. If the heart light doesn't extinguish, the person won't die. In other words, if the heart light was extinguished, the person would die and his soul would disperse. Use your mind to light up the heart light. Exin Tao Master said to Chunzong and took out a lightless lamp. Chunzong tried to mobilize the power of his mind and infuse it into the lightless lamp. In an instant, a flame ignited, and as the light flickered, it illuminated the surroundings. Chunzong felt that there was a faint connection between him and the heart light. It seemed weak, but it was very tenacious. When the light was extinguished, the person would die. In this way, Chunzong was a true disciple of the Heart Peace Palace. Take these and cultivate well. Exin Tao Master took out 3 pieces of spiritual jade of inheritance and handed them to Chunzong. Master, Chunzong took the spiritual jade of inheritance and said at the same time, I was born in the Lingwu holy world. Due to an accident, I wandered into the void and couldn't find my way back. Master, you've been to the Lingwu holy world before. Do you still remember? Lingwu holy world. Exin Tao Master frowned slightly and pondered again. He said, it's been a long time. I need to think about it. If I remember, I'll tell you. For now, accept the basic inheritance of the Heart Peace Palace and cultivate well. Thank you for your trouble, Master. Chunzong bowed. As the 5th disciple of the Heart Peace Palace, Chunzong naturally had his own palace. The palace was very big, but he was the only one in it. It was a little lonely. However, the Heart Peace Palace was like this. Taking out 3 pieces of spiritual jade of inheritance, Chunzong began to accept the inheritance. The content of the first piece of spiritual jade of inheritance was the 33 heavens of will, the foundation of the Heart Peace Palace. Chunzong had obtained the first few heavens, or rather the first few transformations. The last few transformations were deduced by himself. Using them, he comprehended the Heart Sword Tao will. Later on, it evolved into the Heart Sword Tao will, which was closely related to the change of will. Chunzong also wanted to compare it with the transformations he created. He found that the change of will he created was too simple, at least compared to the inheritance of the Heart Peace Palace. Chunzong had obtained the first few transformations and had also cultivated them. But now that he had obtained the complete transformation of will, the 33 heavens of will, Chunzong knew that he was still lacking. The 33 heavens of will was a cultivation technique. It was also called a cultivation technique or divine ability. For example, his Taichu Soar energy technique was also a divine ability when he reached the spirit realm. Divine ability was a general term. It was also divided into cultivation techniques, martial arts, secret techniques, and so on. It represented a kind of level. Divine abilities were divided into high and low levels. The 33 heavens of will was a top divine ability. Cultivating it below the spirit realm and cultivating it above the spirit realm were 2 different concepts. In the spirit realm, 1 heart palace would be condensed after each heavenly layer was cultivated. When all the heavenly layers were cultivated, there would be 33 heart palaces. Cultivating the 33 layers of mind could calm one's mind. Every time one condensed a heart palace, one's mind would be strengthened. It could also provide one's mind with an extra layer of protection. It could also accommodate a divine power. Once the divine power was absorbed into the heart palace, it would be nourished by the heart palace. It would cultivate on its own and constantly improve its level. Moreover, when it was used, it would be accompanied by the power of the heart palace, making it even more powerful. Chunzong was astonished. Cultivating divine abilities in the spirit realm wasn't an endless process. Every divine ability involved one's spirit, chi, spirit, soul, and the great way. It had its own burden and upper limit. In addition, cultivating divine abilities also required time and energy. Thus, cultivators wouldn't cultivate divine abilities carelessly. They wouldn't cultivate divine abilities whenever they saw one. Instead, they would choose one. Otherwise, once they had cultivated many divine abilities and reached the upper limit, they would encounter a divine ability that they were satisfied with. However, they couldn't cultivate it because of the upper limit. No doubt, it would be very painful. At that time, of course, there were ways to solve it. They could either disperse some divine abilities or merge them. The former was harmful to the cultivator, while the latter was extremely difficult. However, if they cultivated the 33 heavens of will, they could condense 33 heart palaces. Not only could it strengthen the mind, but it could also further protect the mind. At the same time, it could also create more space for carrying divine abilities. The 33 heavens of will was just one divine ability, but it could carry 33 kinds of divine abilities. The more Qinzong thought about it, the more shocked he was. What a divine ability! It was truly an amazing divine ability. Even the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting didn't contain such a profound divine ability. Qinzong also felt that he was lucky to be able to inherit such a profound divine ability. No wonder the Heavenly Palace was the strongest faction in the void. With such a divine ability, it meant that they could master more divine abilities than others. Moreover, they could cultivate it on their own without needing to waste time and energy. Moreover, with the support of the Heart Palace, the divine ability would be even stronger. It could also strengthen and protect the mind. Qinzong didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence could create such an amazing divine ability. Now that he had obtained such an amazing divine ability, it was also his good fortune. He should cultivate it well. Calming his mind, Qinzong didn't immediately cultivate the 33 heavens of will. Instead, he took out the second spiritual jade of inheritance to receive the inheritance. The inheritance recorded in this spiritual jade was a universal divine ability of the Heavenly Palace. The so-called universal divine ability was a divine ability that any spirit realm warrior of the Heavenly Palace could cultivate. There weren't many common divine abilities recorded in the second legacy spirit jade, only a few. However, after Qinzong read through them, a smile appeared on his face. The first divine ability was called Heart Flame. When there was fire in one's heart, it would burn. When the heart flame was strong, it would erupt with anger. When people were angry, they would erupt with greater strength and speed than usual. Therefore, this heart flame was a divine ability. After mastering it and activating it, it would allow one's strength and speed to be stronger than usual, thus increasing one's strength. In order to cultivate the flame of heart, one must first cultivate the 33 layered heavens of heart to a certain level. Only then would one be able to remain calm after using the flame of heart. Otherwise, one would be blinded by the anger of the flame of heart, lose all sense of reason, and turn into a mad demon. In the end, one's mind would be burned to death. Heart Flame was a divine ability, but it didn't have a grade. Its power was closely related to the 33 layered heavens of heart. The more profound the cultivation of the 33 layered heavens of heart was, the more heart palaces were built, and the more heart palaces were built. After using Heart Flame, the more obvious the increase would be. The second universal divine ability was called Mind Lock. Mind Lock, as the name suggested, was to use the power of the mind to form chain. After using it, it could lock the opponent's mind. If the opponent's mind was different from his own, he would be locked. If the opponent's mind was similar to his own, he would also be affected. This was when the opponent didn't have any means to resist. Once the mind was affected, the strength would also be affected, which would be fatal in a fight. The third universal divine ability was called Mind Slash. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.